Hello, hello, hello. We are just getting everything started here. Getting some last minute audio set up. Don't know if Gray's still lurking around, but you're the only one I've seen so far, so hello, Gray. I am still aware it's on the stream starting screen, but... Boo, boo, boo. Okay. Trying to get some last minute graphics set up. Flip over to this for now. Hello. Now y'all can see me while I get the last few things set up. Is it gonna let me? Okay. Nope, no, don't want to do that. Okay. I am currently just getting proper resolution set up on the game. And then we'll get the audio going. Ooh. Oh, well, that's interesting. How did I manage that? Got it in a weird aspect ratio. Oh, that's why. See if that works. That works. Okay. Seems to be running smoothly. So let's get this. Getting the game captured. Beautiful. And boop. Now game audio as well. Let me try something else real quick. Full captions. Oop. Do not want to mess with that. I don't know why I'm messing with that. Okay. I do believe that gets us all set up. If there is anyone here, just wanted to say hi. I think Gray's still lurking around here, but I'm not entirely sure. This is my first stream in, I believe, over a year. It's been a hot moment. So yeah, it's good to be back. Hopefully this will be more regular. I think this is gonna be a very by the seat of the pants kind of stream. Hello, Flip Flip. It doesn't flag you as a first time chatter, but I haven't streamed in a while and I don't immediately recognize your name. So welcome to the stream. I'm just doing my brief little introduction before we get launched into the game. Because again, I don't think I've streamed in almost a year. Not real properly on here. I've had a couple little test streams and stuff like that that weren't very, vibing over here, as it were. But it is good to be back, and yeah, good to be back with a simple game. It's going to be a low-key, low-effort stream at the moment. Dancing kids. Just to kind of shake off some cobwebs and get into it, and I can get into some more meaty streams like Dark Souls and stuff a little bit later on. So yeah, hello. The name Flip Flip's familiar, especially with and the name of the Pokemon's gone. The little acorn guy. I'm sorry I don't immediately remember you. I don't have the greatest memory, but I'm glad that you're here. Good to see you. Obviously, Gray, glad to see you. Welcome here. Some of you may have noticed I have changed around kind of at a couple people's requests and some recommendations from other people who stream ad breaks. So basically what works is every hour there's going to be a 3-minute ad break, which I'm going to use as a chance to like top off my water, get things set up, all that sort of jazz. Cat. Ooh, this way. Kitty. Um, and yes, I still have my Christmas tree up. Ooh, first time cheddar. And it looks like a bot. Um, oh, I'm trying to remember. Ha! I can't remember how to ban. All good. I don't remember you either. Just saw you in my followed list and remember you being really chill. Well, thank you. I try to be chill. Oh, it's been a year. How do I ban someone? Whirling obstacles. Oh, is this the ban button? Ban. There we go. Haha. I'll figure out how to do that more effectively later. It is. They have changed everything. Yeah, the punch. Yeah, they've changed everything since I've last streamed. Like, not really, but I'm gonna be dramatic and say that they've changed everything. Um, so we're still figuring out where things are and that kind of stuff. So we'll see how it goes. Um, but hello, welcome to the stream. We're gonna get the. I'm gonna get the game launched now, unless it froze it to freeze. I think we're good. Audio is a little quiet on this game, and the narrator is important, so I will probably be adjusting it. So please let me know how the audio is as we get into this, and I'll make adjustments as needed. Just make sure that we don't get mic feedback. Also, my good mic it's right here, but I'm missing the cord for it, and it's probably just buried in my cord drawer. So we're relying on good old faithful here. Kind of blends into my beard, but got a headset mic. Hopefully it's not too terrible. We'll probably switch back over to him when I next stream. Again, this is mostly just I wanted to get streaming for February. I wanted to get streaming originally for January, but I still had a few last things I was taking care of in kind of my life to kind of get back into regular streaming. Those are taken care of. So now I'm launching into I really wanted to get streaming before February started so that I can launch in hard goal back into this February. I'm going to try to be streaming 4 times a week. The plan, I'll probably repeat this a couple times out is if we get any other regulars or old regulars who show up, but the plan is to stream Sunday nights, which will be a serial stream, as in a game that I am playing multiple episodes of. Obviously tonight, not really the case, but it kind of is, which I'll kind of follow up with later because of the Stanley parable. There's a loading bar behind my video, by the way. It's loading very slowly, but it's loading. I'll maybe move my head here in a bit. But second day I'm going to be streaming is going to be on Wednesdays, and Wednesdays are going to be my cozy stream day, where I play a game that I count as a cozy game. This might be Stardew Valley, this might be Dinkum, but it also might be something like Graveyard Keeper or Cult of the Lamb, maybe even. I'll count that as a cozy thing. It's just a game that is laid back, dwarf romantic, Islander, Townscape, Cloud Garden, something like that. A small indie game that's very chill, very laid back. It's a chance just for me to wind and have a more going to be what's going to be a more chat focused stream for the most part. To be honest, Cult of the Lamb probably won't count in there, but I do enjoy calling it a cozy game, even though I consider it a little bit more of a roguelike with a cozy game aesthetic. Anyway, Thursdays are going to be the third day that I stream. It's going to also be serial streams. This Thursday in particular, I will be streaming the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe, which is, to my understanding, the sequel to this game. Hence why the kind of a serials thing. I've never played Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe. I'm really excited to. Stanley Parable is one of my favorite games of all time. It's one of the only games that I've gotten every achievement in, which is significant because you kind of have to cheat to get some of the achievements in this game. Like literally cheat. And yeah, And then Fridays are going to be I'm gonna call them Friday family streams. I don't quite know necessarily what to mean with that. They are streams where I'm going. It's gonna kind of be a variety stream day where I'll stream a little bit of whatever, but I'm particularly leaving Fridays open as either a chance for my wife
This is
to
the
join
story
me
of a man named
or like
Stanley.
my kids, and we're gonna jump
Stanley
into the
worked
game.
for a company in a big building where he was employee number 427. Employee number 427's job was simple. He sat at his desk in room 427 and he pushed buttons on a keyboard. Orders came to him through a monitor on his desk, telling him what buttons to push, how long to push them, and in what order. This is what employee 427 did every day of every month of every year. And although others might have considered it soul-lifting, Stanley relished every moment that the orders came in, as though he had been made exactly for this job. And Stanley was happy.
That jump scared me. A little bit of
And then
audio
one day,
glitching.
something very peculiar happened.
Oh, still going.
Something that would forever change Stanley. Something he would never quite forget. He had been at his desk for nearly an hour when he realized that not one single order had arrived on the monitor for him to follow. No one had showed up to give him instructions, call a meeting, or even say hi. Never in all his years at the company had this happened. This complete isolation. Something was very clearly wrong. Shocked, frozen solid, Stanley found himself unable to move for the longest time. But as he came to his wits and regained his senses, he got up from his desk and stepped out of his office.
Okay. Ooh, we're gonna have to figure out controls on this. I'm gonna have to make some adjustments. I had a little bit of stuttering there on my end, so I'm sure it carried through.
But Stanley simply couldn't handle the pressure. What if he had to make a decision? What if a crucial outcome fell under his responsibility? He had never been trained for that. No. This couldn't go any way except badly. The thing to do now, Stanley thought to himself, is to wait. Nothing will hurt me. Nothing will break me. In here I can be happy forever. I will be happy. Stanley waited. Hours passed, then days. Had years gone by? He no longer had the ability to tell. But the one thing he knew for sure, beyond any doubt, was that if he waited long enough, the answers would come. Eventually, someday, they would arrive. Soon, very soon now, this will end. He will be spoken to. He will be told what to do. Now it's just a little bit closer. Now it's even closer. Here it comes.
So there's our first ending of the Stanley Parable. It's the close the door ending. Didn't mean to do that. Was just trying to get used to the controls. Anyway, this is a bit of an absurdist game. It's very odd. I love it. I will try to take breaks and not talk when the narrator's talking so you can enjoy the game and the humor for it. But yeah, I forgot what I was saying. I have a little bit of audio studying there with the cutscene. We're gonna see how stable it is. I haven't streamed this in a while, so I'm very much not optimized. So let me know if you're getting any weird, like really bad audio distortion or anything like that. We can adjust. One of the things that sometimes helps is sometimes I just have to close stream avatars, which I don't like doing, but if we have to, I will. I'm also switching over. Audio is good. Yeah, I'm also switching over to mouse and keyboard, just because my controller's a little overly sensitive for this, and I don't feel like adjusting it. Anyway, so I gotta clear off my desk though. I don't feel like adjusting it yet. My desk is not great for us. I don't have a mouse pad, so it's just like on the top of the desk. Okay. Yeah, I just had a little bit of jitteriness during the cutscene, which isn't supposed to be there. So we're gonna kind of watch it. It's really sensitive. I might have to get used to it. It's a very
Just a
zoomy
step
game.
through this door, Stanley thought to himself. That's all I need. If I can make it through this door, I can make it through them all.
Okay. So just so you're aware, the goal of this game is just to follow whatever the narrator says or not, and enjoy the kind of absurdist humor. I call it absurdist. I don't know if that's the term of this game. Hello, Moth. Welcome to the stream. We are live. We're playing Stanley Parable. We're vibing. There's gonna be a lot of times that I shut up because of the narrator talking, but until then, we're just going through it. Sorry I'm late. You've been prepping dinner. No worries. I hope it's a good dinner. Now we got very different time zones, so I ate dinner a while ago. We had what's called orange pasta. Standing Parable is good. Oh, I know. I'm so excited. It's one of my favorite games of all time. And we had orange pasta for dinner over here, which is just usually farfalle or bow tie pasta. And then it's a very simple orange sauce, which is just literally orange juice, fresh squeezed orange juice, sugar, and butter with black pepper and a little bit of orange zest, and chicken that has been cooked with cinnamon. It's a bit of an odd dish that my mother-in-law discovered, but it's absolutely delicious. Or at least I really enjoy it. Frying some tofu and made a peanut sauce for the noodles. Ooh, does sound good.
No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
Anyway, I'm trying to remember, because there's no jumping. My goal for this stream is kind of simple. Basically, I'm just getting used to streaming. I just started playing. Yeah, I just started playing. We have had one ending. My goal this stream is to get as many different endings as I can remember without looking them up. Just enjoying them, going for them. This is the original one. I haven't played Ultra Deluxe. We're going to do that Thursday. But yeah, we've had one ending, which is when I accidentally closed the door and got the close the door and not leave the office ending. Anyway. I can look over there. Got desks. Okay. I'm getting occasional little audio fragmentation. Not too bad. It's just a little blip every once in a while. But let me know if it gets bad on your end, and we can address it. But I'd rather not, because it usually means that I'm going to have to get rid of stream avatars. Yep, but I just started playing like less than 5-10 minutes ago. Well, I do have Moth here. And just in case either Gray or Flip didn't catch this, I've kind of the recommendation a couple people's changed how I do ads on this channel to where now rather than having the pre-roll ads, we're just going to have ad breaks. We're going to have a 3-minute ad break every hour. It's how some of my favorite streamers do it. It's how a couple streamers have recommended that I do it. Just so that we can get that done. I'm going to be pausing gameplay during ad breaks to either take a break myself, or I thought, hey, that's a great time. Obviously, if you're a sub, you don't have the ad break. I'm still not sure how I feel about all of this. I'm still figuring things out there. But I'm not going to be playing during ad breaks. That's going to be when I probably get up to get a drink. And for any subs that are remaining, maybe run like a stream avatar battle or something like that. I'm not quite sure yet. Still figuring it out. That's kind of what this is to shake the cobwebs off. Figure out what's going on. It's kind of stream. Anyway. Input received. I remember there's something to do with the computers. I can't remember what. Was there one in this other room? Input. No, I didn't think I saw. I think that was the first one I've seen. So keep an eye out for those. I think there was a special ending for them. I genuinely can't remember. It has been so long. There's like a phone in here. I'm having like work trauma flashbacks. I have not played this game since I've actually like having had an office job, and the vibes are different. We did not have these kind of desks. We had much more unforgiving. Oh, you can like get under the table. Anyway, much more grueling cubicles. But Oh, this is actually very much like the office, though. Never mind, I have worked in an office that had desks like these. Ugh. Office work sucks. It's not my favorite. This looks like a torture room. Anyway, so I've gotten moths working on cooking
When
dinner,
Stanley
a
came to
delicious
a set
dinner.
of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
How are you doing, Gray? I don't think I asked that, and for that matter, Flip Flop. I don't think I asked how you were doing either. I think we're gonna do the follow everything the narrator says playthrough for our first official me, not just me accidentally forgetting that if you close the door you get an ending. Um, but we're gonna do this one first.
Yet there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
Okay. Ah. Using slides to ensure employees that everything is okay. Click the graphic in the header and throw some bevel on the text. So ensure a common productive work environment. Everyone is unique, you most of all. Oh, missed this game. If you've ever worked an office job, these are a little bit more. I would say this is like a little bit more like sales kind of office job. Most office jobs are a little bit more sales. I've done tech support. Um, so it wasn't quite like this, but there's a certain kind of culture that's there. Anyway, I'm all good. By the way, what country are you from? I am. So I'm from America. I'm from the United States. Specifically, I currently live in Massachusetts, which is in the New England East Coast area. Um, so like for example, right about now it's about 11 o'clock here. But originally I am from Utah, which is out kind of by Nevada. It's by the I lived kind of in the Rocky Mountains area portion of Utah. Utah kind of sits between the Rocky Mountains and like the Mojave Desert. A little bit further out west. So that's where I'm from originally, but currently I live in Massachusetts in United States, New England area. Okay.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
Nice. Yeah. What about you, Flip? Flip, where are you from? If you don't mind me asking, you're always welcome to decline. Your English is very clean. I can understand it really well. You're from Germany. Oh, hallo, mein Freund. Meine Deutsch ist nicht sehr gut, aber 3 Jahre alt. Deutsche Klasse. So very clean. I understand it really well. I'm from Germany. Yeah, my German is not very good. I don't know how grammatically correct that was. It's been a couple years, but I took 3 years of German. I have some family from there, so yeah. I probably butchered what that was, but hmm. I understood the first part of your sentence. Oh, I remember back in high school, I thought I was like super slick
Stepping
for
into his
taking
manager's
German
office,
classes.
Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. Shocked, unraveled, Stanley wondered in disbelief who orchestrated this. What dark secret was being held from him? What he could not have known was that the keypad behind the boss's desk guarded the terrible truth that his boss had been keeping from him. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845.
This game.
But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
This game. No, so what I was sort of saying, and also for the German that I tried to butcher there, what I was trying to say is, hello, my friend. Hello, mein Freund. Um, mein
Stanley
Meine
just sat
Deutsche
around
ist
twiddling his
nicht sehr
thumbs.
gut. My
Trying
German
to
is not
input
very
anything on
good.
the device was useless, since he could
This is at
never
least how my brain
possibly know
processes
if the
it.
combination was
Um, ich
2845.
I had 3 Jahre, 3 years, Deutsche Klasse. I took 3 years of German, but
2845.
that was many, many years ago. I took 3 years of German class. And it was not a very good teacher, but I do appreciate the class. I
Forgot,
don't
but it
speak it very
turns
good,
out
but
that
I
the
can
panel's
read it pretty
emergency
well.
override kicked in, and the door just opened all by itself. And Stanley got the hell
Oh.
along with the story. Well, whoop-de-doo.
What did put the code in? Apparently not fast enough for him, though. I mean, the basics are the most important part of any language. Yeah. So I can't remember if I said this before the narrator started speaking again. I can read German. Okay. So like if I had a book in German, I can usually parse it out. I know enough to like dig through my brain and be like, oh, this word means that. The speaking part or being spoken to is where it gets difficult. Like if someone speaks German to me very slowly, I can usually figure it out, and I'm slow. It's like I can do it without Google Translate, but it's gonna take me a bit. Mm. Kann ich you auf Deutsch schreiben? Can I write in German? If I remember correctly. It's been 3 years. I don't read it as long. Yeah. Um Not very well. I'm terrible at spelling in English, and that's very much carried over to German. Although I find German spelling to be more consistent because it is a little bit more of a phonetic language. So I can write in German. Oh, yeah. Back when I was high school, I thought I was really like hot stuff for taking German. So I got back on Lord of the Rings online back in my MMO days. And I was like, yeah, I can speak German. And I started exclusively using just hello, Hallo, which I was told is German for hello. They just use the A instead of the E. And pretended to speak German, and it worked really great until someone actually spoke German. And then it was like, oh, I know nothing. And I got humbled so quick. But there was like the paradox of the less you know about something, the more you think you know. So yeah, high school me was insufferable. I thought I spoke German perfectly. And then eventually, very quickly within like the first year of German classes, realized I don't know much at all. Um, but yeah, I try to improve it. For my job, I sometimes end up with some. I work for an archive, and we get a lot of documents from like the JFK presidential. For us, the JFK era kind of at the height of the Berlin Wall and everything, and I get occasional documents that are in German that I kind of have to go through and translate and kind of figure out what's going on there, just for archival purposes, making sure that they're preserved, making sure that I get them. I do a lot of basically digitizing of documents for my job, and maintaining digital archives. So that's about the only current practice I have with German is just the occasional German document I have to read. Also, I think it might have been missed earlier. We're going to do a little bit of a camera move here. Again, my Christmas tree is still up. I wanted lights on in January because it's dark out. But, ta-da! You fascinated? Oh, you gonna say hi to the camera? She's been sitting over there for most of the stream because she liked to annoy me on my desk, and then we realized if we put her cat bed on my desk, she has a kitty spot where she can just be on my desk and be happy. So that is where she gets to be for most streams now. Because it's her absolute favorite place. Isn't that right? Yeah. I'm gonna eventually try to
Stepping
get
deeper
something
into
set
the
up so that
building,
we can
Stanley realized
see
he
her on
felt a
streams
bit
when I stream, but
peculiar.
that might be
It
a
was a
while.
stirring of emotion in his chest, as though he felt more free to think for himself, to question the nature of his job. Why did he feel this now, when for years it had never occurred to him? This question would not go unanswered for long.
If you don't mind me asking, Flip Flip, what part of Germany are you from?
Stanley walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Do I just... I think we're gonna follow the narrator's words exactly for this first playthrough.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens.
Saxony.
What horrible
I
secret
know
did
where
this
Saxony
place
is.
hold? Stanley thought to himself.
Oh.
Did he have the strength to find out?
That is... Did I have the strength to find out? We will see in a second. I'm trying to remember if Saxony borders France, but I always get it confused with, I think it's Rhineland? Oh no, sorry, east. Not, yeah, I flipped my east and west. Saxony borders Poland and Austria. Yeah, thank you. I flip my east and west when I'm speaking out loud. And so my brain was like, yeah, because yeah, Saxony, it's by Bavaria, kind of, right south of Brandenburg. Right? My German teacher spent most of the time in Brandenburg, which is how I know of the vagueness of where Saxony is vaguely. But I always flip Saxony and Rhineland, which are on opposite ends when I'm trying to remember which one's which. Anyway, my German teacher spent a lot of time in Brandenburg, a little bit in Hamburg, so that's kind of where I learned it from. My family that's from Germany is also from that area. They're from the Hamburg area, but they came over. They fled. They fled when it was still Eastern Germany, when it was still part of the Soviet bloc. Yeah, they fled to the States there. And family married in, not direct lineage. I do have some German ancestors, but they're like much more distant. And mostly it's Polish relatives that had some German in them. Anyway, sorry, not to be the guy who sits there and talks about his ancestry. I just... Basically, my uncle was born in East Germany before the fall of the Berlin Wall, and when he was very young, his family fled from East Germany to West Germany, and then eventually made it to America. You know, we have a lot of different cultures and dialects here, but most of us can speak High German or Normal German. Yeah, and that's mostly what I was taught was the High German, the more standard German. Oh, cameras.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building, Stanley's co-workers. The lives of so many individuals reduced to images on a screen, and Stanley, one of them, eternally monitored in this place where freedom meant nothing.
Right. Yeah. America, I think a lot of people have. Because I talked to people about this, and I don't know how familiar you are with America, but like the amount of diversity in dialects that we have in America is condensed in a European country. So someone who's from Saxony versus Berlin, which is pretty close to Saxony, or even up closer to like the Denmark or France area, they're going to have different dialects, much like we do here in America, although it's a little bit more spread out. The interesting thing, because you mentioned that my English was pretty clear and you could understand me, I come from Utah, which is the western United States, and more or less the very strong dialects in America that people associate with, like Southern accents, New York accents, etc., come from the older parts of America where they've had a little bit more time to develop versus rapid westward expansion and the more modernization of communication that has led to much less dialect differences in the western half of America, which is why someone from like California, Oregon, Washington, Utah, Colorado, they're all going to sound very similar, even though it's a much more significant spread of land. You can't understand. Yeah. One of the most notable things that like I'll get from Utah, it's one of the only things that I get compared with other western states, is for some reason in Utah we tend to drop T's in English. So we say water instead of water. It's a very subtle thing. We'll either say it with a D sound like water, or we'll just do what's called a glottal stop. We won't say a T at all, and we'll say like button. We don't say button, it's button. It's one of the only quirks that people will sometimes notice about my accent, but it's not unique to Utah. It's also something that's common in New England where I live, but you also get some more of like the standard, New England Bostonian, you park the car in the harbor yard type accent. You can't understand the southern accents. I don't know why I'm doing this. We're having a face touchy day. I couldn't do that. Let's open the lift.
This mind control facility, it was too horrible to believe. It couldn't be true. Had Stanley really been under someone's control all this time? Was this the only reason he was happy with his boring job? That his emotions had been manipulated to accept it blindly? No, he refused to believe it. He couldn't accept it. His own life in someone else's control? Never. It was unthinkable, wasn't it? Was it even possible? Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof. The heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions. Happy or sad or content. Walking, eating, working. All of it monitored and commanded from this very place. And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
Mind control status offline. So it's generally a bit harder. Yeah, that's actually one of the things I remember talking to people who come from Europe is, yeah, you learn the British English, which is very similar. We do have some different words. Like for the most part, they're very similar, but there are a lot of different words, and the way that they speak can be very different. Accents are definitely different. But no, Southern ones, I think for most people I've known who aren't from America and don't speak English as their first language, Southern accents can be one of the more tricky ones, as well as like a really thick New York, Boston, like that old kind of accent, kind of the Italian American accent, or Irish American accent type deal. But it's up with most people that American media is so prevalent, and the movies and whatnot in other countries, that I do think a lot of people pick it up that way. Yeah. The fun thing about Utah is because Utah likes to think it's a southern state, even though it's not. You did get people who had like pseudo or faux southern accents in Utah, and I learned to pick those up quite a bit. So I don't know if I can do it right now because it's been a while, because I haven't been around the accent much anymore. But it was one of them, like they would start talking a bit. Oh, I don't know if I can do a southern accent right now. I don't think I can do one right now. I do say y'all. That's one of the few things that people picked up. I picked up y'all from it, but they just get a little bit more southern when they talk. And howdy, y'all. How are you doing today? We're just going down to the water hole to do some bit of fishing. That kind of bit of an accent. But I'm terrible at accents, so.
And when at last he found the source of the room's power, he knew it was his duty, his obligation, to put an end to this horrible place and to everything it stood for.
Um, yeah, put off. This is gonna loop me back to the beginning. It's been a while since I've played, so I don't remember all the endings. But it's gone dark.
Blackness and a rising chill of uncertainty. Was it over? Yes. He had won. He had defeated the machine, unshackled himself from someone else's command. Freedom was mere moments away. And yet, even as the immense door slowly opened, Stanley reflected on how many puzzles still lay unsolved. Where had his co-workers gone? How had he been freed from the machine's grasp? What other mysteries did this strange building hold? But as sunlight streamed into the chamber, he realized none of this mattered to him, for it was not knowledge or even power that he had been seeking, but happiness. Perhaps his goal had not been to understand, but to let go. No longer would anyone tell him where to go, what to do, or how to feel. Whatever life he lives, it will be his. And that was all he needed to know. It was perhaps the only thing worth knowing. Stanley stepped through the open door. Stanley felt the cool breeze upon his skin, the feeling of liberation, the immense possibility of the new path before him. This was exactly the way, right now, that things were meant to happen. And Stanley was happy.
Okay, first intentional ending done. Anyway, um, and also before I forget, because this has been mentioned before, most of my family is actually from England originally. My nana and granddad are from Herefordshire, England. Um, so yeah, I don't know what that's kind of relevant, but it feels like relevant talking between British and American English. I kind of grew up in a half and half situation. Uh, Papers all over the floor. I am going to really quick make a couple adjustments, just kind of hoping to get it to be a little bit more stable during cut streams. Just 'cause I was getting a little bit of jitteriness. I'm not sure if any. Did you guys get that stuttering on your end? I'm assuming so, because I don't know how my computer wouldn't have captured that when that's what I was seeing. But it can be weird at times. Yeah, it's just like it said like job 3 times when it was saying like this has been his job, job, job. Like it just kind of got that stuttering repeat going on. So make a couple adjustments here and hopefully getting it running a little bit better. Just one more thing. Mm. Anyway, do we have any requests for endings that I should do for the second official little ending that we go for? I am going to be playing this game till about probably 2 a.m., which is a bit much for it. Another couple hours. But I want to just see if how many of these endings I can get. But I know it can be a bit repetitive, so we'll try to mix it up with doing some similar ones, some more different ones. Just kind of, mix it up and all that. You're not aware of the endings. Okay, we're going to do my favorite ending then. Which is not quite an ending, but it is something that we're going to try to get throughout the course of the game. It's the broom closet ending. Yeah, I'll probably try to do the broom closet ending because the broom closet ending isn't a full ending. We'll probably do a different ending as well, and I'll just kind of vibe it out in the moment. If you see something like where you're like, oh, hit yes this time, or ignore the narrator, like we have a couple options there. You've only seen Julia play this game once. Interesting. The first time that I properly played this game, and I don't know if this was the first time or it's been so long ago that I can't quite remember all of the details. But it was me, I believe Gray, Ramaranik, and maybe Weefei. If you know any of those streamers, I know Gray was lurking around here earlier. Um, but yeah, it was all of us, and we played this game for hours together. And there's one spot that we might come across that I'll show you when we get to it. But yeah, that was my first introduction to this game. So very fitting that Gray was the first person to jump onto stream, considering that memory.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
This one. So this game doesn't let you jump. It's one of the big things, but there's a way. I believe. Oh, here's another one. Yeah, I can't jump, but you can make your Pokemon jump in my behalf. You get an achievement. I believe one of the achievements is for jumping. Ooh, you guys can see my overlay. That's not entirely great. I don't think there's anything on here that's um too bad. I was gonna check the achievements. Yeah. Uh yeah, it's the only game I've gotten all of the achievements on. And a lot of these you kind of have to cheat. Like the unachievable, the only way to get that one, I can't remember why, you have to cheat. Don't play the Stanley Parable for 5 years. You can cheat that one. That kind of things. Bum, bum, bum. Oh yeah, you can't jump. It is one of the achievements.
When Stanley came to a center of two open doors, he entered the door on his left.
We're still getting some jitteriness. I don't want to have to close stream avatars, but some games play better with it, some games don't. It's mostly
Yet there was
bearable.
not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
How to solve a dispute with a coworker. Oh, the not getting fired post when you first walk in is one of my favorite ones because of just the solid gold line of don't get fired or how to like achieve it work. And just if you've ever been through one of those like hype you up meetings, it's exactly how they are. Anyway, the broom closet.
Stanley stepped into the broom closet, but there was nothing here, so he turned around and got back on track.
Anyway, the broom closet ending. It's going to require us sitting here for a little
here.
bit.
No choice to make, no path to follow, just an empty broom closet. No reason to still be here. It was baffling that Stanley was still just sitting in the broom closet. He wasn't even doing anything. At least if there was something to interact with, he'd be justified in some way. As it is, he's literally just standing there doing sweet FA. Are you really still in the broom closet? Standing around doing nothing? Why? Please offer me some explanation here. I'm genuinely confused.
I love the broom closet. It's a good broom closet. Why wouldn't you
You
want to
do
be in the broom
realize
closet?
there's no choice or anything in here, right? If I'd said Stanley walked past the broom closet, at least you would have had a reason for exploring it to find out. But it didn't even occur to me because literally this closet is of absolutely no significance to the story whatsoever. I never would have thought to mention it. Maybe to you this is somehow its own branching path. Maybe when you go talk about this with your friends, you'll say, "Oh, did you get the broom closet ending? The broom closet ending was my favourite." I hope your friends find this concerning.
Oh, it's a favorite.
Stanley was fat and ugly and really, really stupid. He probably only got the job because of a family connection. That's how stupid he is. That or with drug money. Also, Stanley is addicted to drugs and hookers.
This game. They knew exactly what they were doing.
Well, I've come to a very definite conclusion about what's going on right now.
FYI, we're getting an ad break in about 5 minutes.
Closet,
Will be the first proper ad break in the stream.
Leave because there's nothing here when a physical malady of some sort shut down your central nervous system and you collapsed on the keyboard. Well, in a situation like this, the responsible thing is to alert someone nearby so as to ensure that your body is taken care of before it begins to decompose. Hello? Anyone who happens to be nearby? The person at this computer is dead. He or she has fallen prey to any number of your countless human physiological vulnerabilities. It's indicative of the long-term sustainability of your species. Please remove their corpse from the area and instruct another human to take their place at the computer, making sure they understand basic first-person video game mechanics and filling them in on the history of narrative tropes in video gaming, so that the irony and insightful commentary of this game is not lost on them. All right, when you've done that, just step out into the hallway.
Oh, you are hearing the jittering? Yeah, it's a little bit there. I just had a thought that might help it. We're gonna try ad break in about 3 minutes. Just to again kind of reiterate how this is gonna basically be, just to avoid pre-roll ads. Um, about every hour, there's a 3-minute ad break that I'll probably use to like hydrate, stuff like that. If you've watched Secret Sleepover Society, which I know several of you have because they're one of my favorite streamers and I know pretty popular in the community, this is kind of the setup that they use. So kind of be going with that. The one thing I will mention is the way it's set up. Basically, I'm now going to be going live about 5 minutes before I actually start. And the reason why is basically there's a 2-minute delay when I first go live, and then a 3-minute ad will play. So I'll start my actual stream right after the first ad break. It's kind of like the pre-ad as it were. And then for basically about an hour uninterrupted 3-minute ad break, about an hour uninterrupted 3-minute ad break, and so on and so forth. Just that's something we're trying out. The other option, the one that it recommends you and prefers that you do, is a minute and a half ad break every 30 minutes. But I would personally rather have the full uninterrupted hour. But yeah, during the ad break, I don't think I actually currently have any active subs, so all of you will be gone during that time for the ads, and I'm sorry. I hate ads as much as you do. But I'm affiliate. There's not a way that I can disable ads, and that's kind of how it is. That's an unfortunate thing because I hate them. I would much rather. Twitch has got to make its buck to have the platform, and they're not gonna like make ads go away without subscriptions. So that's kind of what it is. It's how the platform works. I much prefer a Patreon kind of style system. Because capitalism sucks. But I'm not gonna rant about that right now. It's doing what it is, and if I get my 5 cents from an ad after 3 years of them. We'll see what happens. I don't know. You do not get much from ads on Twitch, unfortunately. I don't know. That's a long little tangent that I could have about ads. Oh, but yeah. They're nice because ads are a way that I can make income without begging people for money. Oh, like if you get enough views, ads do add up, but it's pennies. Like with the current model, and Twitch recently changed this and this is better, and I got to get this in 30 seconds. With the current model, I get 55% of the ad revenue. So whatever they get paid for the ad, I get 55 cents. But it is often like fractions of a penny for views. So in the when I was streaming every single day, I probably made like 10 cents total on a optimistic estimate from ads. You used to be able to get a lot more, but that's kind of how it is right now. 5 seconds before the ad break starts, and we can finish my little ramble after that. Anyway, we have an ad playing right now, to my knowledge, which means the only way that you'll see this, because I don't have any current subscribers, is if you are um watching the VOD back, I guess. Oh, it just says the ad break started. Apparently there's a delay. I'm new to ad breaks, which means now the only time that you'd be seeing it is if there is um an ad. So we'll just kind of wait this out. And if you're watching the VOD later, hello. Um but yeah. I think this is a better system to do it. I don't need a break right now, which is why I'm not going to go get one. I probably will at the 2 hour mark. But in the future, this is probably a chance that I'll go, refill my water, things of that nature. It was one. Are you back again? I have a 3-minute ad break right now. So if you're back, you're back. But it's still giving me 2 minutes of. You're back. Well, welcome back. I apparently still have 2 minutes where there potentially could be ads. So I have no idea how this works. I've only done pre-roll before. Oop, take my glasses off for a sec. Mm. Huh? You got 60 seconds of ads. Or 90 seconds of ads. Interesting. So Flip's got all the ads. Moth didn't, so it's just random during that time. Interesting. We learn things. We learn things and we will adjust accordingly. Yeah, so this is what I was saying earlier because Moth's here and I think Moth's kind of the one who asked. Yeah. So if I follow their recommendation, which is an average of 3-minute ad break per hour of streaming, which right now I literally do 3 minutes per hour. They recommend 1.5 for every 30 minutes, but I don't like that. You get 55% of the ad revenue. Otherwise, you get 30%. For small affiliate streamers like me, that isn't much. It really can add up for a big streamer, but it's almost never going to be like. And the best way to explain this is even if, let's say, I get a penny for every ad. If I get a penny for every ad and I stream once a week and I get a penny for every view and I stream once a week, it's going to take 500 views or about 125 views a stream to equal one subscription. And so, or well, to equal, technically it'd only be, it's less than that technically because you get half of the subscription amount. Anyway, it ad revenue never is going to be even close to subs. Subscriptions are absolutely the backbone, the bread and butter of how you support your favorite streamers. That is why am very, very uncomfortable asking for subscriptions and probably never will. They're always tremendously appreciated. Like, I can't express how much that means to me. Because ideally, and my goal right now, and just for a little context on this, while I'm waiting for everyone to sort out their ads, is right now, um, just a little personal life information here. My wife is a teacher, and she brings home the bulk of our income. I am, for reasons I can't get into, and probably shouldn't even mention, but I'm going to mention, am currently in a bit of a weird work situation. My job is great. It's not my job's fault at all. It's other broad picture stuff that I am trying to fix, and not as much legally I'll talk about as I would like to, because it is very personal and involves a couple ongoing legal things I'm trying to sort out. Part of the reason why my mental health's been so poor, because this has been going on for a couple of years now. Um, and hopefully we're going to make progress and it's going to come to a head, which basically means at the moment, my wife's income provides for the family. I don't have much income, if any, because um, I'm going to call it unpaid administration leave. It's more complicated than that. What matters is that my income is pretty much nothing to the home right now. So I'm pretty much a full-time homemaker. I take care of the kids, cook, clean, that kind of stuff. Because I'm not working. I'm not quite stuck at an office desk or anything like that at the moment because of the legal situation. I'm still technically employed, furloughed would be a term. Technically employed, not actively working at the moment. Hence why I have so much free time while I was trying to get back into streaming. Um, this is really complicated, and I'm trying to explain like something I can't explain details about. Anyway, TLDR, my wife brings home the income, I take care of the kids, and I'm also a full-time student because I'm working on getting a bachelor's in history uh, with an emphasis on the museum arts. So basically, I'm a full-time college student who also is currently the stay-at-home dad slash homemaker, um, and going to be looking into more content creation ways to make my income, which for me is obviously not going to be my 166 follower. I think I'm actually 165. I think I lost one when I started streaming today. Um, Twitch channel. Gray. Thank you, but Gray. This was not a plead for money. Thank you, Gray. That means a lot. That means an immense amount, and I will return the favor if I ever, if I get in a situation, I'll absolutely return the favor. Anyway, as of right now, side gig hustling is where I'm going to be making my income and trying to help, which is not going to be Twitch streaming, but I'm taking this as an opportunity to build my channel, build my Discord, and start making. Straight meant to do that earlier before this whole talk. I'm going to start making YouTube videos. This is the big one for me, and trying to get a Patreon up and going that justifies the video essay review YouTube videos, which I'm basically just going to be reviewing anything under the sun that I feel like. I'm starting with graphic novels, and I will actually say this right now. I am currently reading this graphic novel, Witchblood. And this will be my first YouTube video, is going to be a review of this graphic novel. Um, but I'm also going to review things and shows and movies and books and food and products and anything I feel like. And I want to make long form video essay reviews because I love doing a deep dive, and I want to just start trying to get out one video a month. And I'm just going to start putting them on my YouTube. I'm really excited for it. Um, and I might make some other content too. For the first time in a decade, I have an instrument again. I have a euphonium, my main instrument. And I actually have two of them because my wife is amazing and managed to find an old lady who had two euphoniums she was willing to give to us for free. I also got an electric. Yeah, there's going to absolutely be Lord of the Rings: The Hobbit video essays. Absolutely. Things like that, just whatever I want to. Um, But I want to make music again. I got a euphonium, but I also got an electric keyboard we've had for a little bit now, and I recently got music editing software again. So I'm going to be making some music. First goal on my list is to make a channel theme that I can play on intro, wait times, and in the background of videos I might not be able to have the music of. And we'll see how that goes because it's been a while for me. But I'm going to take this chance to do all of those things while my primary focus is taking care of my kids and family in the house and full-time student at school. So I'm going to be busy, but it's hopefully going to be good for my mental health, and we'll be seeing a lot more streamings because of this. So yeah, again, thank you so much for that sub, Gray. Any of those right now are immensely appreciated. Because my goal is, if this starts to make, because with my wife's income, that mostly covers our bills very closely. I'm going to hopefully bring in income from editing and captioning gigs that I'm lining up, which I do as the side. These aren't things you're going to see, but they are things that I'm going to do gig work wise, kind of like commissioned work on the side. And so I'm hoping any income that I get from streaming right now can go right back into streaming, whether that's software, hardware, etc. Um, Realistically, what that most likely means is it'll probably go towards IRL bills and things, but that will give me enough time, effort, and freedom to put stuff back into streaming. So yeah, that's the closest thing we're going to get to a pitch for me asking for subscriptions, is just saying that I'm immensely appreciative for them, but do not expect them. If I could make everyone subs for free, I would, to be entirely honest. And it's a really good thing that Twitch does not give me that ability. Anyway, right as this ad break was ending, I think one of my kids might be waking. One sec. I think we're okay. I'll have to keep an ear out for it. Um, I think we're okay. But yeah, we're gonna jump back in. Bezos would lose money, and would that be a bad thing? Bald-headed. This is a family-friendly stream. Family-friendly. I'm gonna try running it in full screen. See if that helps, because I've actually had that help before. Uh, Hype train. What? Flip. This wasn't a pity party for subs, but thank you. We got a hype train incoming, and it didn't use the emotes that it was supposed to use for the hype train. Thank you for the sub so much, Flip. Hopefully I'm streaming enough to wake, and we got the hype train, and I can absolutely hear one of my kids waking. She's being sleepy. Oh. Sounds like she's self-taking care of. It's my youngest. She's like 4, so she takes care of herself, but she's sounds like she woke up and had to use the restroom. So thoughts and prayers for her. It's a really difficult thing. I shouldn't make fun. At 4 years old, that absolutely can be a very difficult thing. But she's also 4 and at the age where everything is end of the world. I'm going to really go quickly check on her though, because I do want to make sure she's taken care of. I'll be right back. I'm sorry about that. Exactly was right. She woke up and it was very difficult when you're 4 years old and you wake up in the middle of the night to have to use the restroom. Kids are fun. I love my kids dearly. Um, it always amuses me the things that are just they're experiencing the whole world for the first time, right? Like things that you take for granted, it is their first time experiencing that. And there's something so precious about that. And being able to help them discover who they are and what everything is. Like, just is wonderful. It does also mean, though, that sometimes the littlest things seem like insurmountable mountains for them. Speaking of which, she's crying again. I'm gonna go check on her. I just got her back into bed, but she is crying again, so she probably needs a blanket or something. I'll be right back. Yeah, and it's what I thought. She literally needed a blanket. I know my kids apparently. No, it's funny. We have a bunk bed in their room. We're in a very small two-bedroom apartment. So me and my wife have one room, and our kids have another. And I'm pretty sure Gray and Moth would know this. I don't know if Flip would. I have two daughters. I have a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old. I didn't see a glitch, but maybe. Anyway, so I have a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old, and we have a bunk bed. So obviously, 7-year-old's top bunk, 4-year-old's bottom bunk. But realistically, what that means. Oh, is it okay now? It's better. Oh, okay. Interesting. I'll just see if that happens. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, what that means is that I effectively have a loft bed because both kids just absolutely sleep on the top bunk together and only the top bunk together. Did you have to bite me? Was I dramatically gesturing and not giving you the attention that you deserve? Yes, I know. I know. Okay. Yeah, sure. I have 3 daughters. Is that what you want to hear? Are you my fur baby who felt left out? Is that where we are? You have food and water. Did you just want to say hi to the stream? Is there something on? Oh, I see what happened. I moved it off your cat bed. Anyway, when I picked up the graphic novel, I accidentally knocked something onto her cat bed. Oh, let's adjust that back up. Anyway, we should be good now for a little bit. I want to thank Flip and Gray for the subs. I believe Flip you subbed for yourself, and Gray gifted one to Moth, so double thank you for gifting Moth a sub, because I know Moth will appreciate that. Anyway, um, DLC can degrade graphics performance. I don't think any of these are going to help with a little bit of jitteriness. We will see. Okay. But we both slept on the bottom because we were scared of heights. My kids are not scared of heights. Ew, it did not like that. Interesting. More interesting is that I can see myself live, but what I see and what this sees are not the same thing. Are we good now? Okay. His bed couch found, so we had lots of room. Nice. So we used to have, back in Utah, I had a loft bed. And when me and my wife got married, it stayed at my parents'. But then when we had kids, eventually we used the loft bed for a while. And then we had a crib that turned into a toddler bed for the kids. So we had a toddler bed, and my eldest Pip had her own bed. But now we got the bunk bed, and they're much happier with that. Always decided to sleep in the bottom part, yeah. But they, 9 times out of 10, both just sleep on the top bunk together. My daughters relatively like each other most of the time, so it works really great. Um, but we'll see. My youngest doesn't like to sleep alone. She's 4. Our family has nightmares, so she's had a history of nightmares, which means doesn't like to sleep alone. So if she can sleep on the top bunk, or otherwise she tries to sneak into the bed with me and my wife. So, which is fair. Again, as I mentioned before, when you're young, the world's scary, and it's our job to help my kids grow and learn to embrace the world. Top is scary because what if you wake up and there's someone there staring at you? Someone is experienced with night terrors, I see, because that was my experience for a very long time. Anyway,
Second player. It's good to have you on board. I guarantee you can't do any worse than the person who came before you.
you've always had anxiety, yeah. I am going to go back in the broom closet.
You too? Unbelievable. I'm at the mercy of an entire species of invalids. Perhaps there's a monkey nearby you can hand the controls to. A fish? Fungus? Look, you can hammer out the details. I'm not particularly picky. I'll just be waiting for when you're ready to pick up the story again.
Anyway, I didn't have anxiety as a kid. What I probably have, my family has a history of schizophrenia. I actually have schizophrenia, something that I talk about from time to time. My schizophrenia, media representation of schizophrenia is very poor. So unless you've met someone with it or had a lot of experience with it, it's probably not what your first idea of it is, just to be entirely honest. Beyond that, if we talk about things as a spectrum, which is something a little bit more popular with mental health right now, and talk about schizophrenia as a spectrum, I am on the least intrusive end, where I don't require a lot of scaffolding or tools to be able to function. And schizophrenia can have a broad range of how it affects people, and it's not very well understood. Um, so yeah, schizophrenia doesn't manifest till you're an adult, though. I didn't really start to actively experience most of my symptoms until about 3 years ago. Um, Honestly, a little bit before I started streaming for the first time is when it started to really get noticeable. And it's kind of plateaued over the past year or so. And before that, it's probably just ADHD. I might have autism as well. It's hard for my therapist. I have a psychiatrist. It's hard for them entirely to know because I didn't get any help as a kid at all for anything I had going on. I was just a little ball of anxiety and nightmares and many little things that I ignored because I was a kid and I got decent grades. So, as an adult, we're working through those. Therapy is great. If you haven't had therapy, I recommend therapy very much. I think everyone should try therapy at some point in your life. Anyway. But yeah. There we go. If we leave, I don't think he references it if I go in a third time. Yeah, not this time. Anyway. So that's part of the broom ending.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We're gonna go down. We're going off guts now. Just pure instinct. See what's down here. The car has
But
lights
Stanley
today.
just couldn't do it. He considered the possibility of facing his boss. Admitting he had left his post during work hours, he might be fired for that. And in such a competitive economy, why had he taken that risk? All because he believed everyone had vanished? His boss would think he was crazy. And then something occurred to Stanley. Maybe, he thought to himself, maybe I am crazy. All of my co-workers blinking mysteriously out of existence in a single moment for no reason at all? None of it made any logical sense. And as Stanley pondered this, he began to make other strange observations. For example, why couldn't he see his feet when he looked down? Why did doors close automatically behind him wherever he went? And for that matter, these rooms were starting to look pretty familiar. Were they simply repeating? No, Stanley said to himself, this is all too strange. This can't be real. And at last, he came to the conclusion that had been on the tip of his tongue. He just hadn't found the words for it. I'm dreaming, he yelled. This is all a dream. Oh, what a relief Stanley felt to have finally found an answer, an explanation. His co-workers weren't actually gone. He wasn't going to lose his job. He wasn't crazy after all. And he thought to himself, I suppose I'll wake up soon. I'll have to go back to my boring real-life job pushing buttons. I may as well enjoy this while I'm still lucid. So, he imagined himself flying and began to gently float above the ground.
I forgot about this.
Then he imagined himself soaring through space on a magical starfield, and it too appeared. It was so much fun, and Stanley marveled that he had still not woken up. How was he remaining so lucid? And then perhaps the strangest question of them all entered Stanley's head. One he was amazed he hadn't asked himself sooner. Why is there a voice in my head dictating everything that I'm doing and thinking? Now the voice was describing itself being considered by Stanley, who found it particularly strange. I'm dreaming about a voice describing me, thinking about how it's describing my thoughts, he thought. And while he thought it all very odd and wondered if this voice spoke to all people in their dreams, the truth was that, of course, this was not a dream. How could it be? Was Stanley simply deceiving himself, believing that if he's asleep, he doesn't have to take responsibility for himself? Stanley is as awake right now as he's ever been in his life. Now, hearing the voice speak these words was quite a shock to Stanley. After all, he knew for certain, beyond a doubt, that this was in fact a dream. Did the voice not see him float and make the magical stars just a moment ago? How else would the voice explain all that? This voice was a part of himself too. Surely, if he could just... He would prove it. He would prove that he was in control, that this was a dream. So he closed his eyes gently, and he invited himself to wake up. He felt the cool weight of the blanket on his skin, the press of the mattress on his back, the fresh air of a world outside this one. Let me wake up, he thought to himself. I'm through with this dream. I wish it to be over. Let me go back to my job. Let me continue pushing the buttons. Please, it's all I want. I want my apartment and my wife and my job. All I want is my life exactly the way it's always been. My life is normal. I am normal. Everything will be fine. I am okay. Stanley began screaming. Please, someone, wake me up. My name is Stanley. I have a boss. I have an office. I am real. Please, just someone tell me I am real. I must be real. I must be. Can anyone hear my voice? Who am I? Who am I? And everything went black.
That ending is one of the most unexpectedly
This is the story
intense.
of a woman named Mariella. Mariella woke up on a day like any other. She arose, got dressed, gathered her belongings, and walked to her place of work. But on this particular day, her walk was interrupted by the body of a man who had stumbled through town talking and screaming to himself, and then collapsed dead on the sidewalk. And although she would soon turn to go call for an ambulance, for just a few brief moments she considered the strange man. He was obviously crazy. This much she knew. Everyone knows what crazy people look like. And in that moment, she thought to herself how lucky she was to be normal. I am sane. I am in control of my mind. I know what is real and what isn't. It was comforting to think this, and in a certain way, seeing this man made her feel better. But then she remembered the meeting she had scheduled for that day. The very important people whose impressions of her would affect her career, and by extension, the rest of her life. She had no time for this, so it was only a moment that she stood there, staring down at the body. And then she turned and ran.
This ending, this game in general is really good, but that ending goes so unnecessarily hard. And I remember as a kid when I first played this game, I first played this game back in high school. My thoughts on the ending were very much, hey, this is like the phenomenal, like a phenomenal example of a horror movie premise, right? Where you could associate like a narrator who basically narrates someone until things go wrong and they end up dying, like he does at the end of that one, and then finds its next victim, like Mariella. And I remember like that was my like deepest thought I had about it. But as I grew older and had played this game again in the past, like I played this game. I think last time I played this game, when I got most of all of the achievements, was in 2017. Um, I'd been out of high school for a little bit then. Shortly after my first kid had been born, my first daughter was born. And I'd started to realize that the entirety of this game is just a phenomenal satire of the way that within society, I'm going to call it the illusion of control that one can have. And what that means is the narrator narrates everything, tells you what you're supposed to do. And your choice is to either listen to the narrator or not. It's a binary decision in this game. And it basically proposits that by not listening to the narrator, you are still going down a planned path. And it's a forced perspective of the pressures of society, that society is only going to kind of usually give you one of two options: to listen or to not, to follow the rules or to don't. And it's not actually real. It's not how real
Stanley
life
stood for a long
works.
time in one spot. It's part of a game. He likes to see how long he can go without dying. So far, he's doing excellent. And if he just stays right where he is, I'm sure he'll keep up that good momentum. Let's observe the genius at work.
Thanks, narrator. But it comes down to, I think, this point of viewing everything in a very simple structure like that is comforting, rather than the broad reality of the fact, which is that this is, we're going to go on a deep philosophical dive first. I'm actually going to pause. It's I think the term is predetermination or predestination, and it is the belief that, and I'm not talking about the religious belief. There's a religious aspect of this, like certain sects of Christianity and whatnot will follow, which is just that God has a plan, and every moment of your life is planned out from beginning to end, and there isn't really necessarily such thing as agency, because um, He knows everything, so He knows what you're going to do in every single moment. And I'm not talking about that religious view, although it's related. I'm talking about the philosophical view. And what the philosophical view basically proposits is that there is no such thing as chance. It's basically, if you drop a ball, that ball is going to fall from gravity. If it hits something, it's going to knock it over. And if you keep basically breaking down microprocesses and microprocesses all the way down, everything is predictable. You can know the exact determinism. Thank you. You can know the exact course of action that something is going to take. And to an extent, I agree with this philosophy. I don't like this philosophy, but I understand what it's saying. And basically, it boils down to if everything is a series of chemical and physical reactions, everything is predictable. If you know how much of the molecules and atoms and electrons that are in a specific person, you could predict what that person is going to do because if they have a certain hormonal balance in brain chemistry, they're going to choose X, Y, and Z. And to a certain level, determinism can basically be that everything is predictable. We just don't have the equation to do it yet. And I understand the philosophy, and I don't necessarily think that it is incorrect per se, but I have always subscribed to the idea, and I don't know if there's a set philosophy that kind of counters this one, and I don't know if I'm describing one that exists. My studies into philosophy haven't been as broad as I would like, but it's that there's a difference between, I'm going to use the phrase semantics. There's a difference between what something actually is and how it is perceived. The commonality of something, um, the usage of something is, in my opinion, more important than what something actually is. And this applies, and a couple of the ways that I kind of apply this philosophy in my own life is, and I've had this discussion on chat before, the argument, like for example, that color doesn't exist. This is something that I've had someone, that the sky isn't blue is the example, because it is just a refraction of light upon particulates that are stuck in the atmosphere that our eye happens to process and interpret as blue. So the sky isn't blue. The sky is technically see-through. Yes, stoner thoughts here. Crazy that I have never been stoned once in my life, but this is what my brain does. Um, and maybe it's because I have schizophrenia and I'm just constantly slightly off kilter. But I hate this thing. I hate the sky is blue, and here is why. The sky is blue because that is how we describe that particular set of phenomena. Color doesn't exist, but it does exist because it is a perception. And perception is important. It's not what a word means, it's how a word is used. It's not what something is, it's how it perceives to be. Descriptive versus prescriptive. And I don't have the backing to really put big philosophical words into this and describe what this is, but when it comes to determinism, this is my issue. Because we can't, because we are in it, unable to, at this moment, and maybe unable to for the entirety of human existence, ever be able to calculate the micro processes that would allow us to determine what someone is going to do, it is objectively random. We objectively have choice and agency, and everything is not predetermined because that level of processing is unperceivable. We cannot perceive it. And perception is what matters in a lot of ways. They're both important, and I don't want to say one's more important than the other, but agency exists and the ability to make a choice exists because we perceive there to be a choice. I don't know if that makes sense. It doesn't matter that you could outline every chemical reaction, every atom, every electrical brain signal to go, you're going to say and do these exact things. Because we are unable to do that, because we are unable to perceive those processes, it is objectively irrelevant. And thus, choice and agency exist. And this is kind of my philosophy on life. It doesn't matter what things technically are. That's great, and it's important to understand and describe things, but broad terms are important. And it's something that I kind of get coming from a science background versus an arts background, because I was a STEM major, a science major, and I'm now an arts major, and they're two very different ways to think, and neither of them are incorrect, but they're both equally important. Because on one extent, you could describe the vibration of a taunt string repeatedly over and over again. You could describe the frequency, you could describe the pattern, you could describe every aspect of that string vibrating, but that's not what makes it music. What makes it music is how those vibrations sound, how our brain interprets it. And sure, every one of those is itself a process, but all of those processes working together create a bigger, more beautiful thing. And that thing, while technically describable down to the smallest detail, is to us incomprehensible, and that is what makes it beautiful. To just understand and describe things to the best of our ability. You don't have to know why music sounds good for it to make you want to dance. And that's a beautiful and important thing. And yeah, that's just kind of my view on the word, I guess. That's why I don't like determinism. And this game is basically, in my opinion, slightly a satire of determinist philosophy. They might have made this game. I don't know how the developers made it. They might have made this game to be like, choice doesn't matter. You're still in control of the narrator. But for me, because of the humorous tones, it's satirizing that idea. I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know if I'm making sense. This is just the thoughts that I have on why I'm not a determinist and why I don't entirely like that philosophy, because I feel like it's so narrow-minded, it misses the big picture. The big picture is important, not
The
just
meeting
the
room.
little ones.
Yes, that's where everyone would be. Stanley just needed to get to the meeting room, and from then on, he would never be alone ever again.
Yeah, there's my tangent of the stream. You agree on most parts of what I've said. Yeah, and I think if I took the time to write it out and research, I could probably make a more concise thought. But that's just kind of what it is. Like, the TLDR of it is, yes, determinism is real, but that is objectively irrelevant when we cannot perceive all of those parts of it. Perception is an important factor.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
If he's gonna try to open a door? Maybe. He might if it's a specific door. I don't know. It doesn't seem to say anything if I'm trying to open this one. But we're going this way again. Try this door. Oh. I've already passed 420. I was gonna do a silly. We'll do a silly next time. Try to open up door 420. See what happens. Probably not much, because this is before 420 was really
there was not a single person here either. Feeling a wave of disbelief, Stanley decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
And flip, like, I don't expect people necessarily to agree with me on that. That's just the way that I view the world. I think how we perceive and define things and use things is just as important as what they actually are. I think they're two equally important things that are easy to pit against each other, when in fact they're two parts of the whole. That's what I guess I'm trying to say.
Oh, no, no, not again. I won't be part of this. I'm not going to encourage you. I'm not going to say anything at all. I'm just going to be patient and wait for you to finish whatever it is you enjoy doing so much in this room. Please take your time.
Part 2 of the broomstick ending, my favorite ending. So this is like a great way to bring up the example of kind of what I've been talking about, is putting a door in this area where you can just go. It's the broom closet. It's not anything important. But if you go into the broom closet, the game has anticipated you might do that. And I think why this thought works so much, and I'm going to add to it again, because apparently we're in that kind of mood. The reason why I don't like applying determinism or that kind of mindset to reality is because it's opposite. Video games are, there's a word for it. For something to be in a video game, it has to be built into it. Nothing exists outside of what a video game directly puts in front of you, which means that there is never going to be something accidentally happening in a video game. In real life, on the other hand, things constantly happen and exist outside of your control, outside of your influence, that you don't even remotely know of. There are entire planets doing their own things. AI-generated video games win. And this is my issue with AI. You have activated my trap card here, Flip. It is why I hate AI. I am firmly against AI, and not because I should clarify. AI could be a great tool, but the problem with AI is fundamentally people do not understand what it is. AI is greatly limited. It is not sentient. It is not intelligent. The amount of manual work that to this day goes on, people training, filtering out results, telling it to ignore certain things, it's fake. And this is going to sound weird coming from my determination thing. It's not that I am opposed to AI existing. It's that I'm opposed to the thought that it creates things. AI is not creative, it is generative. It can only provide you information that has been input into it, and it can only rely on what it has been given. It only rearranges and spits things out, and that can be a very valuable tool if used correctly. It can be used as a prompt, it could be used to expand upon the human ability and limitations, but people don't view AI as a tool to build with and become better. They view it as itself creating, which is not what it does. And that view set is kind of why I dislike AI, and in particular, AI art and media. It is because AI can't create its own image. It can only regurgitate what it's been given, which is why AI art is theft, why it's not valid. If you tell an AI to create art, it is going to take all of the inputs that you have given it, and this is like a vast simplification of it, but it's going to go, okay, I need to make an eye color. These are the colors. Boom, that's an eye color. These are this, boom. But it's not going to think to create a new eye color. It's not going to think to create something beyond what input it has. So if you take an AI and you train it only with one artist's particular art, it is just going to take that artist's art and immediately regurgitate it. It has not created anything on its own. It has just stolen from an existing artist. And to compare this to a person, because this is where I think a lot of the catch comes with people and why this kind of becomes confusing and why there's a misunderstanding, is you go, well, what about someone who's influenced? The difference is with a person can sit and stare at someone's art over and over and over and over again and try to replicate it to the best of their ability. What a person is always going to do is add to it beyond the parameters it has been given by its very nature. Your experiences, from the way that you are required to hold a pen, those limitations, those strengths, those influences are going to ultimately end with, even if you were trying your best to recreate another artist's work, something that is inherently, to an extent, yours. But AI can never really have ownership because it's not actually creating something new. It's just regurgitating what it has been given. And is this an arguably small difference? Maybe, but it's a very important difference. And this is my problem, and it's not with necessarily every person who uses AI, it's with tech companies using AI. Because what tech companies do is they now go, I don't need this artist, I don't need this writer, I don't need this moderator, I can replace them with AI. But all AI is doing is its best interpretation within a very limited parameter relative to what a human can do to regurgitate the same info. And when you do that, you're taking the valuable work and experiences and stuff that it had to take from. Because it doesn't just come up with these things of its own. It had to be given that information in the first place. And you're taking that and discrediting everyone who worked towards it. So it's not that I think AI shouldn't exist, and I actually think it could be a very valuable tool. It is the way that it is currently being used in an unmoderated capacity that I think is very dangerous and bad. Um, Wacom was doing an ad for a tablet using AI-generated images instead of someone using the actual tablet to show you what it's capable of. Yeah, and that's ultimately fundamentally the problem, is that you have removed the human element and that randomness and that slight unpredictability and replaced it with something that will never quite be able to capture the full experience of it. And I don't trust tech companies to not abuse it. It's not that I'm opposed to AI, it's that it needs to be something that is genuinely. We need to, as a society, change how we view it if we ever want it to be a tool worth having. I guess is what it comes down to, is my experience to it. And I do not think that we as a society are anywhere near to even beginning to understand what AI is and what it isn't. I don't know if that makes sense. And what this really comes down to, we're going to kind of talk into it, and this is a broad example, is the limitations of AI can be devastating if we rely on it so heavily that we don't have other systems. And this is going to turn a whole lecture of AI. The best example is that if you have an AI that has been carefully taught and trained and maintained and perfected by people, hours upon hours of humans, real living people, putting in the work to create something that is capable of doing a task. It will never be capable of really creating, but capable of doing what AI does. That regurgitation, that could be a useful tool, and you could create something that was really great. But then the next person who invents that AI, at least what we've been experiencing, inevitably is going to, rather than relying on the effort and the work and the finesse and the heart and soul, as it were, that people put into it, is going to inevitably also start to pull from previous AI. And it's going to create a degradation over time. And the short-term games of replacing everything with AI sound very lucrative to a company. It's less people on the payroll, it's less things you have to worry about. But what inevitably is going to happen is a stagnation and decline. If we put everything into AI, we eventually won't have the infrastructure to support AI, and we will no longer have the infrastructure to rely on a world without it. That's kind of what this comes down to. Is like an AI chatbot, what you don't see and what you can look up and see that this is the case is the people. And to be frankly honest, Adam Conover from Adam Ruins Everything, I think, had a really great example of this talking about AI. Is it's not uncommon for a tech company to outsource and underpay a third world country to look at the most vile and reprehensible stuff to make sure that that is filtered out of an AI's pool. And it basically becomes a product of the worst systems. And none of this is to say that I think AI itself is inherently bad, but it is to say AI as we have created it, as it currently exists, is bad. And we need to acknowledge and understand that before we could even begin to build something that would be a useful tool worth considering. That's my 2 cents on it. Yeah, biased people making AI will make bias AI. Exactly. The perfect example of this, I used to work for a tech company that made security cameras, and I think I understand what you were trying to say. Yeah, I hope so. I don't think you are a bad person for liking AI or being interested by it, because it is fascinating. It's just, I don't like how much society is wanting to unleash this thing without understanding that it's very limited and not great. And I think one of my favorite examples of this, we're talking 2, 3 years ago. I worked for a tech company that did home security and did security cameras. And naturally, this tech company uses a form of AI in their video detection, your camera's ability to spot people. Now, not to get into politics, but there's a certain kind of person who can both afford an expensive video system and feels the need to have a security system. And the Venn diagram of this particular person who has very poor opinions regarding minorities and people of color, and the Venn diagram of people who can afford this security system was sometimes a bit more of a circle than I'd like. And so what ended up happening is, I'm gonna say it bluntly, you got a lot of wealthy racist people who had this security system. I can't think of a more nice way to put it. And they wanted the security system because people of color lived in their area, and they wanted it to make sure that those people of color weren't doing anything bad. This is a terrible opinion. I do not encourage this opinion, but this is why they wanted security systems. So, when these security cameras that were advertised as being able to pick people up in video detection weren't picking people of color up because they had only been built and trained by the very white tech company based out of Utah that I was working for at the time, they noticed. And the amount of phone calls that I had to deal with that were someone mad that their security system video camera did not detect a person of color, like minding their own business walking on the sidewalk, was far too many. And this is a terrible example, but it really shows bias. This camera did not know what a person of color was. It didn't. And the very racist clients noticed this, and so then the opposite happened. Because then the tech company overcorrected. And now anything remotely shadowed, like darker or more pigmented, the camera suddenly thought was a person. Because they overcorrected this. And this is the problem with AI and blind spots, is the bias of the people who make it, whether they even know they have this bias, is going to be present, and it will always be present. Because AI can't learn to grow and acknowledge a bias. You can only ever bury it. And eventually you might reach a point where it's not as noticeable, but it's always going to be there. But yeah, this is a common thing with cameras. If you have any friends that are people of colors, when the Xbox Kinect first came out, there was a huge issue with the Xbox Kinect being able to detect people with darker skin tones. Because this is just the limitations of society. Also, apparently we're coming up against another ad break here, which feels crazy. I don't think it's been an hour, but I have talked about philosophy, AI, and many other things, so maybe it's been a whole hour. I'm not entirely sure, to be honest. But yeah. So yeah, that's a whole lot of thoughts that don't really amount to anything entirely clear there. Uh, Ultimately, what I'm saying is I don't think AI is a useful tool in its current state. I think it's actually very dangerous in its current state, and I don't think society is ready for AI. as long as tech companies are the ones steering the ships and it isn't a collaborative, multifaceted, diverse experience, and as long as we don't understand the limitations of AI. I think there could be a world in which AI is fantastic. I just don't think we're there. Anyway,
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his
we aren't
boss's
going to go
office.
downstairs again. Downstairs apparently leads to philosophy hour, so we're going to go upstairs again. Is the bathroom open this time? It is not. I think there is a way to get into the bathroom, but I can't remember it. Either way, we got an ad coming up apparently in about 30 seconds, and I can hear my daughter crying. So I'm going to take a brief break, and I'm sorry if any of that was confusing, Flip Flip. I was trying to, again, this is off the cuff, so I don't have like the research and everything immediately ready in front of me. Um, it's just something like I have off the hand, my general feelings about it and why I think that way. I'm going to go really quickly check on my daughter again. It was interesting. Thanks for thought. Yeah. And I like communicating. I like being able to talk with people who don't immediately have my same opinion, so I can explain, for example, why I firmly believe AI is in its current form bad, and be able to explain the nuances. So thank you for listening. Yeah, I like to talk, and it's good to have people to talk at, and I appreciate the feedback. I'll be right back. Ads are probably going to be starting really soon. I'm going to go check on my daughter. I don't know if they've started yet. I'm not entirely sure how they work yet, but we'll figure it out eventually. But I'll be right back. Hello, I'm back. Um, Sorry, I didn't think I mentioned this earlier. We all have a little bit of had or having, excuse me, a little bit of a cold. So that's all that was. I also just realized right as I took off. I believe neither Flip Flip nor Moth would have had ads at all now, correct? Because you both currently have an active sub. Um, which again, I really appreciate both Grave for gifting one to Moth and Flip Flip. I really appreciate that. Okay. So it still says we have about 30 seconds left of where it's technically ad break. I'm, again, not very familiar with how it works, so I don't quite know what that means. But here we are. I'm just gonna get a little drink of water and then I'll probably jump back into the game. Anyway, I hope all that made sense, Flip Flip. Ads are pretty random. Sometimes you get full 3 minutes and sometimes you just get one ad. Yeah, well, according to Twitch, there shouldn't be ads for anyone right now, but we will see how accurate that actually is.
Stepping into his manager's office, Stanley was once again stunned to discover not an indication of any human life. What could it mean? Stanley wondered aloud to nobody. He began wildly tearing through papers on the boss's desk, pulling books off the shelf, looking behind paintings, desperate for clues to his situation. But his attention was caught by a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could its purpose be? In fact, this keypad guarded the terrible secret that lay buried below his feet. And so the boss had assigned it an extra secret PIN number, 2845. But of course, Stanley couldn't possibly have known this.
I'm actually going to try to input it on time this time.
Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
I think we're going to go ahead and press the... or we'll go to the escape route. We're going to try to go to the escape route this time. I don't have a strong opinion on AI personally. I mostly see it as a tool to save time when editing images, videos, or doing other tasks. And that's kind of where I think AI has its best applicableness. For example, generative AI, again, I think more regurgitative AI, can be used in making an image or restoring an image. Taking an image, for example, and there is always a hand restoration, but being able to take an image and go, hey, this is an old photo that has been damaged and worn over time. AI can actually be really good at taking that photo and photos like it and creating a replica of that image in a manner of how we would maybe expect it to have looked when it wasn't damaged or de-aged or things of that nature. And this is where AI can be a phenomenally useful tool, is things like that, or as parts. Basically, a person should be able to use AI as a tool to make their job easy and more effective. The problem with AI is people aren't using it as a tool, they're using it to replace people. And it never will be able to do that effectively. That's actually a much better way to sum up the biggest reason why it is bad, is that an individual can use AI to make their small, it's a good small sphere tool. And AI art's an entirely different issue, because like, pay your artists, don't steal people's work. Plagiarism is bad. Like Butch Hartman, the guy who made Fairly Odd Parents and Danny Phantom, and is a kind of terrible human being. If you didn't know, sorry. Uh, One of the things he got in trouble for was tracing over other artists' work and passing it off as his own. Or Butch Fartman, thanks, Mom. Yeah. And to me, and the outrage that people experienced with that, that's AI art in a nutshell. Is Butch Hartman tracing over other artists' work. That's like the best way I can describe the validity I think AI art has. Is an artist using AI to extend an image border or clear an image up. It could be a useful tool for an artist on their own work. The problem is you have people that are using AI to steal other artists' work and passing it off as their own or passing it off as the AI's. Which is, again, not that AI itself is inherently bad, it's that it's a tool that isn't being regulated and is being used for bad, because in its current state, it is bad. That's what I guess I'm trying to say. Yeah, you agree. I think most people do when you boil it down. And that's why when people say like AI art is bad,
Stanley walked straight ahead
that's
through the large door that
ultimately what
read
people
Mind
mean, in my
Control
experience.
Facility.
Anyway, we're gonna escape this time.
Although this passageway had the word escape written on it, the truth was that at the end of this hall, Stanley would meet his violent death. The door behind him was not shut. Stanley still had every opportunity to turn around and get back on track. At this point, Stanley was making a conscious, concerted effort to walk forward and willingly confront his death.
And down we go. See, again, I've mentioned this. We'll be playing the Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Thursday, which I have not played at all, but to my understanding is an entirely different game, even though most of the marketing, I thought it was just like a game of the year or remastered version. And it still very well might be, mind you, but I don't know. We're gonna find out. We'll find out when the time comes on Thursday. I haven't wanted to spoil it in case it was entirely a new experience, because I like having those experiences I stream.
And Stanley was inched closer and closer to his demise. It reflected that his life had been of no consequence whatsoever. Stanley can't see the bigger picture. He doesn't know the real story, trapped forever in his narrow vision of what this world is. Perhaps his death was of no great loss, like plucking the eyeballs from a blind man. So he resigned and willingly accepted this violent end to his brief and shallow life. Farewell, Stanley.
"Farewell, Stanley," cried the narrator, as Stanley was led helplessly into the enormous metal jaws. In a single visceral instant, Stanley was obliterated as the machine crushed every bone in his body, killing him instantly.
The narrator switch. Yes. The fake. This is why I love this game.
And yet it would be just a few minutes before Stanley would restart the game, back in his office, as alive as ever. What exactly did the narrator think he was going to accomplish? When every path you can walk has been created for you long in advance, death becomes meaningless, making life the same. Do you see now? Do you see that Stanley was already dead from the moment he hit start?
If I'd remember that this was the ending, I probably would have waited till the end to do it, because it's actually a really cool place where you can kind of see a lot of the game assets and everything. Yay! One! Yay! Ah, my origin emote. I forgot that I made that little animated emote. I still really like him. Speaking of emotes, I have a lot of emotes to finish making. I am actively working on those. We finally finished the channel banner after, I mean, 5 ever. It's been over a year, and just for context, channel banner looks something like this. Okay, Stanley back up. But give it a second, Stanley Parable will pop back up. Anyway, I clicked out of full screen mode. But yeah, no, I got a new channel banner. Finally, it was not a complicated one, but I spent like a year just getting past the artist block for it. And I'm not like 100% proud of it. It's definitely not my best work, but at a certain point I was just like, look, I need to get this done. I need to not just delete my art, as the Drawfee crew says. I just need to get it done. I need to get it on there. I can revise and make it better later if I ever have the time. So it was there. And then kind of looking through, it's like, oh, I need to start working at my emotes. Obviously, we do have my emotes again. We have the free emotes. Obviously, my pride flag, the pride sapods. Those are going to stay. I have to look to see how many free emotes I have. We will be adding more. There's a lot of pride flags. We'll be adding more if I can. Maybe adjusting those a little bit. But yeah. The other one's just tier 1. The 3 old dragons that I've had for forever. Plus my dog, my cat, the Pippicorn for my eldest, and Pogo for my youngest. And then, of course, my 2 animated ones, which I have a lot more animated emote slots now. Origin, which is just like I thought was cool, and my hype emote. Which is it's hard to see there, but the hype emote is it forms the dwarven runes from Tolkien for the word hype before it changes them to English, because I'm a nerd and I'm really proud of that. I'm really proud of the hype emote for the most part, and Origins. Like, it's been a while since I've done anything pixel animated, and they're both very simple, but I'm happy with how they turned out. And full clarity, not all of these emotes were made by me. Green Dragon, I think I have Brave is the name of it. Fancy Dragon were both made by my wife. I made the original template, which is the purple dragon that you'll see. Kind of like one of my channel little icons there. He's also in the banner. And my wife, she based it off of those, but she did make the green one and the other one. And she also entirely did Havelock. So yeah, she helps out in a lot of my little things too, because she's awesome and will maybe be joining me for a stream Friday. We'll see. We will see. She's been wanting to stream Cuphead with me for a while now, because I bought Cuphead like 2 years ago specifically to stream, and then never did. So we'll see. Anyway, keep looking at my mustache because it's like a little bit unruly on the one side today. Yeah, I know. I have never played it. I think it's going to be absolutely hilarious if both me and my wife play it, because side scrollers are not something that I am good at, and they're something that my wife is even worse at. So if we do play it, it's going to be an adventure. Yeah, she's not great with platformers. I don't say that in a mean way. Like, platformers are one of her least favorite games, usually. With side scrolls, but she loves the animation style. We're both a huge fan of old animation style, like that rubber hose fly through animation. Which Cuphead is. So it's been on our radar as a game that we've both wanted to play for a while, and I'm like, it's gonna be an adventure if we get to it. We will see. She does play video games. She plays a lot of like Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom. She plays Skyrim. She's played a lot of hours of Skyrim. We'll also probably be getting Baldur's Gate 3 on stream, because I love that game and I've been playing that game since the dawn of early access, because I happen to be friends with one of the people who was doing QA from it in Belgium, who remains anonymous, but I've been playing that game for a very, very long time, and I'm so excited to see it, see how well it's done. So we will definitely be playing some Baldur's Gate. My wife's a little bit sad that my wife can't play Baldur's Gate though. Fun fact. Maintenance room, version of the maintenance room. There you go. Which is sad because she thinks she would really enjoy it, but one of my wife's, I'm going to use the word triggers for lack of a better word. My wife can't do body harm modification stuff. Like, in terms of movies and video games, it makes her really, really sick. uncomfortable, standard like trigger warning things that people can't handle in media, which are all valid. Those are all completely valid, to make that clear. So, and just the entire premise of the mind flayer parasite being in the brain and slowly losing control and agency and becoming a mind flayer, it's just too much. She just can't. That particular kind of topic is just too much in video games. Like, she actually had a really hard time with Tears of the Kingdom, um, because spoilers, it happens in the first few minutes, but because of Link losing his arm, that's just really hard. It's just a genuine phobia of hers, which is very valid. So she has a hard time with video games like that. So Baldur's Gate, one of my favorite games of all time, one that my wife just unfortunately can't play, but I do want to put together a co-op stream with some friends at some point. Probably Wen-Fri, Ben, maybe a couple others, depending on who wants to join me on it. But Wen-Fri Ben is the one who I know I can probably drag into it. Anyway, that's random, big picture stuff. Early in developed to Stanley would end on a battlefield fighting aliens. The action game would become sentient with world rage against the narrator. Shortly after, starting to build it that it was far too jokey and on the nose for the tone of the game. Plus, some people interpret it as making fun of people who like shooters, which is not our intention. Anyway, it's fun. Eh. I do nothing against some of the ads. Yeah. Nothing against people who play first person shooters. I think teasing people because they like first person shooters a little bit fair game, to be entirely honest. Are these narrator emails? Email narrator for questions. Oh, that's cool. Anyway, nothing against first person shooters. I just being aware enough of something that you enjoy to criticize and poke fun of it is, in my opinion, something that is really, really great. As long as it's coming from a position of punching up and not punching down, or like addressing tropes and things that's just a little bit funny, a little bit absurd. Yeah, especially first-person shooter is such a popular genre. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of FPSs. I enjoy them sometimes. Like, I played the heck out of Halo growing up. Just not quite what I immediately normally like to play. In the lounge. 2 doorways to maintenance. The flow of the hallways from the first 2 doors was important to get right. We discussed a number of designs, but ultimately the simplest version that won out. Yeah, 2 confusion ending. Yep. Okay. I think we've kind of seen a lot of things here. Kind of taking a look at it. So I'm going to try to make... I don't know how to get out of here. I think I might have to actually restart the game manually. FPS are great competitive games. Absolutely, that's one of the places where I think FPSs thrive is in a fast-paced competitive sense. I've also played some FPSs where I think they can be a medium even to tell a really good narrative story if you're willing to kind of play around and bend the rules of the medium. Or like I'll be honest, I'm a huge fan of the BioShock franchise. I love the BioShock games. Those are FPSs. I think what people get made fun of with FPSs, and I don't think this is necessarily a bad thing, they're a popular game for a reason. Because they're fast-paced, because there's flashing lights, and much like a Marvel superhero movie, it's easy to enjoy because they aren't overly complex. And to some extent, I think people want to take that as a bad thing, but it's not inherently a bad thing for something to be enjoyable. As a person, and the best way I like to explain this is dietarily. Look at the credits while I say this. As a person, you need to eat a variety of foods. There's going to be certain really simple foods. I love me chicken nuggets. I love chicken nuggets. I especially love buffalo wings, buffalo wing style chicken nuggets. Genuinely one of my top 10 favorite foods. I would eat nothing but buffalo wings in various forms on sandwiches and salads, probably forever, if I could. That is not necessarily healthy, and they aren't necessarily complex. If your favorite thing is chicken nuggets, french fries, and ranch dressing, yeah, that might not be the most approachable, that might not be the most fancy, complicated, healthy dish, but it's enjoyable, and it's enjoyable to you for a reason. And it's often enjoyable because it's simple. Everyone likes candy. Candy is sweet, it's simple, it's nice, and that can be absolutely the treat that you enjoy. And maybe you're someone who likes being challenged. Maybe you like a complex, pungent cheese on a dry rye bread with a cut of a well-aged salami and a glass of wine. Maybe you have that refined palate where you're eating the bluest of blue cheeses. And maybe that's what brings you joy. Or dishes that are cooked complex and very complicated. And there's a lot of work that can go into those kind of meals and a lot of time that makes them worthy of appreciation. But if they're not for someone, they can be hard to approach, and that person just likes candy, that's fine. Candy's enjoyable for a reason. Marvel movies, first person shooters, pop music, they're enjoyable for a reason. And as long as you can understand why you enjoy it and have the basic media literacy to understand what it's saying, I don't think that there's any harm with that. I specify media literacy, though, because media literacy is I've notably terrible nowadays, and you get people who are like play a game like BioShock or Fallout and then don't realize the entire point of the game. Like at all. It's like as long as you have basic media literacy, there's nothing wrong with liking first person shooters. They can be great, they can be competitive, they can be fun. Everyone likes it's the if you haven't seen the College Humor Defense of the Basics skit featuring Brennan Lee Mulligan, that I just wish everyone would understand. But at the same time, you can absolutely poke fun at something for being simple and the tropes that it uses. And that can also be fun. These clips from takes were not used in the final game. Aw. I thought for a second we were gonna get some like hidden narrator dialogue. But we did not. If you press E, you can hear it click.
Now then, this elevator for sure will get him right back on track to where he was supposed to be.
1 second. They did put them in here, but they're really quiet and I don't know how to get them to activate. Do I have to... Does anyone remember if I have to manually quit out of this ending? We've gotten the freedom ending. I think I might have to manually quit out of this ending. Ooh, it's bright. Oh, nope, we're good.
Oh, look at these two. How they wish to destroy one another. How they wish to control one another. How they both wish to be free.
There you go.
Can you see? Can you see how much they need one another? No, perhaps not. Sometimes these things cannot be seen. But listen to me. You can still save these two. You can stop the program before they both fail. Push escape and press quit. There's no other way to beat this game. As long as you move forward, you'll be walking someone else's path. Stop now and it'll be your own true choice. So whatever you do, choose it. Don't let time choose for you. Don't let time.
There we go. This game gets so unnecessarily deep. I'd be stuck on a black screen for now, so let me sit there and ruminate on that. I don't know how accurate it is, but my viewer count just jumped up to 5 viewers, which is super cool. We've been floating around 4. Um, and I only know of, I mean, Moth, Flip, and Gray are the only ones I've seen chatting. So if there's another viewer that snuck in here, hi, welcome. Glad to have you here. Hope you enjoy the stream. Hmm. Oh. Anyway, I do think it's absolutely hilarious. Yeah, I did double check earlier. Um, I have not lost a single follower. I've been at 166 followers since I stopped streaming about a year ago when life kind of got really crazy. Um, and so now I'm back, and we're going to be streaming hopefully a lot more regularly, and I've kind of explained why, so I don't need to repeat myself on that. But I find it hilarious that I'm flatlined stagnant at 166, and then like the moment I go live, I watch my follower count drop to 165, and I'm like, oh, apparently me being back reminded someone that they wanted to unfollow. So goodbye, whoever you were. You'll be missed. Hmm. Anyway. Yeah. Also, while I'm waiting for presumably the game to load in, I don't think it keeps me here forever. Don't take it personally. Probably just someone cleaning up their phone. Oh, absolutely. No, that was I to make that clear, that was not me taking it personally. I just thought it was hilarious that it was the moment I went live. Because you're absolutely right. It's probably just someone cleaning up their followed channels who had forgotten that they followed me. So they were like, "Oh, I don't know who this is. I'm gonna unfollow them." I've done that myself all the time. Absolutely no hard feelings. I just thought the timing of it amused me. Yeah. I appreciate a follow. I don't expect anyone to follow me unless they enjoy the content, unless they enjoy the community and they want to help build and foster this community. Because at the end of the day, what I'm really hoping to achieve by this is to build a little community of people that I can enjoy talking to and share my interest in video games with. That's what I want to do this for. Um, and I hope to be able to make sure that I don't lose sight of that if I am able to grow the community, because I know that's something that's easy to do. Um, but yeah, I want people to feel that they can come and go as they please, and I won't be offended by it, because I genuinely won't. I understand. I don't need a reason for you not to watch my channel. And much like I appreciate immensely every follow, every sub, every donation, whatever it is, I can't put into express how much I appreciate that. I also completely understand why you wouldn't. And you should have the agency to choose. That's just as important to me, and I don't want people to feel forced. It's like I always try to clarify, like if I'm throwing a party and I invite you to my party, I would love for you to be there because I enjoy you as a person and I enjoy conversation. I haven't met a person that I dislike, in person at least. There hasn't been anyone that I've met and I've been like, I don't like you. There have been people that I disagree with very vehemently. There are people that make me a little bit sad because of uh, bigotry and opinions that they have that I think are harmful and dangerous. But I don't dislike them as a person. I just hope and wish they were better. That's about as close as I get. And because of this, like, I genuinely enjoy people. So if I invite you to a party, I want you to be there. But if you don't want to be there, I don't want you to feel that pressure. I want you to do whatever you want. Whether that's you don't have the spoons for it, like you'd like to be there, but you don't have the spoons. Or that's, you know what, I actually can't stand you as a person. Or that's, I like you, but I'd rather sit at home and watch reality TV. I'm not going to take offense to it because I get it. Um, and as a chronic person pleaser, I very well often wish I extended the same understanding for me. Uh, so one benefit of having a disability with my schizophrenia, because it does flare up from time to time, is that I also have a couple of different physical illnesses, but that's kind of beside the point. Sometimes they can be good as an excuse, which is a terrible thing to say. But I feel like in society, you're expected to have a reason. Like if someone were to invite me to a party, I feel like there's a societal expectation of me to go, yeah, great, I'd love to, let's go. Um, and I feel that societal pressure when there are sometimes I just don't want to go because I'm low on spoons. And sure, it's going to be a fun party, but I'd rather stay at home and play video games or watch a movie because that's what I have the spoons to do, the energy to do, if you're not familiar with the spoon analogy. Um, but I usually end up going because of that. And sometimes, like as terrible as it is to say, it's like the one perk of having a disability is I can sometimes go, "Oh, no, I wish I could, but I'm not. I'm sick today." Like I hate using that as an excuse, but sometimes society so expects you to want to put all this energy into things that you need to have an excuse, which because my friends know about mine, that feels like it's one there. But because I feel like that's my only option at times, because of how things are structured, I want it to be abundantly clear that for me, that's not the case. Yeah, thank you for sharing the wiki about spoon theory. That's why I was using the term spoons because I get it, and I don't care what your reason is. I appreciate it. I want you to be here, like with subs. I want you to sub because you have the means to, and you want to show support and appreciation. And I want to be able to use that to build and strengthen this community so everyone benefits. I don't want it just to be for me, I want it to be something that benefits everyone. And so it's while it's appreciated, but also while I never want it to feel like an expectation, and why I try to make as much of everything that I do free and accessible and available. Because I feel like that's more important to me. I'm getting down a tangent, and I think my game broke. It's not broken. It's just on a black screen. I might have to manually begin the game again. I don't know if that's by design. I think it might be. But I've waited it out long enough that I am going to manually begin the game again. And hopefully that doesn't mess with Broom Closet ending, because we are going to continue on our quest to get proper Broom Closet ending within the remaining hour of the stream. Also, a fun fact, in case everyone's wondering what I'm going to be doing after the stream, I'm going to do the dishes again. That's kind of part of what I've been doing because right now I'm kind of the homekeeper, so I do dishes and cleaning and all of that. So I have a pile of dishes from dinner to do, and I don't want to do them. But that is part of the reason why we have a hard-ish cutoff today at 2 a.m. so that I can get the dishes done, get everything I need to wrapped up, and get to bed because I have to wake up at. This is gonna sound crazy. For those of you who don't know, I don't have a sleep schedule. I'm terrible at the sleep schedule. I'm gonna probably stop streaming at about 2, and then I'm gonna do the dishes, and then I'm gonna go to bed, and then I'm gonna wake up at about 5:30, 6 a.m. and I'm gonna cook my wife breakfast because she's got a busy day tomorrow. By the way, good vibes for my wife tomorrow. She has something really important and very stressful to deal with at school tomorrow. Part of the reason why I like to cook my wife breakfast anyway. Part of the reason why I'm cooking her breakfast tomorrow. We're gonna do French toast. So good vibes, good energy to my wife. She needs it for tomorrow. Um, but oh, and I lost my thought. The thought is gone. Yeah,
Stanley
most.
stood for a long time in one
Thank you.
spot.
I'm
It's
not
part
dying
of a
narrating.
game. He likes to see how long he can go
You know,
without
yeah,
dying.
yeah.
So
You know how
far,
it is,
he's
Flip
doing
Flip.
excellent. And if he just stays right where he is,
Um,
I'm sure he'll keep up that good momentum. All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean?
Perfect.
Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
I got distracted. Oh yeah. No, yes, I don't have a sleep schedule, so I'll probably go to bed probably around 3. I'll wake up 2, 3 hours later. And then I'll probably be awake until I get my eldest on the bus. And then I kind of supervise the youngest, and it used to be great because she used to take naps, but we are beyond naps now. I probably will end up, though, taking a couple light midday naps throughout the day. So I will get my sleep in. But I usually only get about 4 to 6 hours a day, and that's kind of where my body vibes. People get worried about me. As long as I can, like, if I can get 6 hours of sleep, we're good. If I get over 6 hours, I don't know what to do with myself, and I usually end up more sick than if I didn't. Oh, here's what I was gonna try to do.
Stanley went around touching every little thing in the office, but it didn't make a single difference, nor did it advance the story in any way.
420. Anyway. Close that door. I had to. Because of the meme.
When Stanley came to a set of 2 open doors, he entered the door on his left.
Whenever I make a 420 joke, people are like, wait, like, I thought you said you didn't smoke weed. And I don't smoke weed.
Yet
I never
there was
have.
not a single person here either. Feeling a wave
But
of disbelief,
cultural
Stanley
osmosis.
decided to go up to his boss's office, hoping he might find an answer there.
I also, this is not a condemnation of anyone who does. Do what you need to make it through your day. Just try to do it safely. Yeah, Moth does. I know Moth does. I need 9 to 10 hours, and it's so annoying because if I sleep that long, I'm awake for too long. I just can't put my sleep-awake cycle into 24-hour day. I feel that my wife used to be like that for a while. Except you've been on a weeb break. I know you meant not. Never mind. Weeb break just makes me chuckle. And the thing is, like, I think. Yeah, it's a fantastic typo. Yeah, we got the broom ending. You've not been on a weeb break. Proper broom ending achieved. No, I have no shit. My thing is, I believe in harm reduction. If you, as a fully grown adult, can look at anything and you can go, here's the positives of this, here's the negatives of this, this is how it's going to be, I don't think that should be criminal. Am I going to sit here and say that those things are good for you? It depends on the substance we're talking about. I'm not going to judge you for it, though. I personally have chose not to because they aren't great for me. In some cases, too, like people are like, "Oh yeah, weed is safe," and relatively it is. It's probably one of the safest substances out there. Arguably, to some extent, maybe even safer than caffeine, depending on how you do it. However, that doesn't apply to someone with schizophrenia. It is very, very bad if I take anything that alters my state of well-being. So I've just never really risked it. I do have CBD. I have taken CBD, and CBD has helped me. But CBD is not THC, and THC is what makes weed weed, and I do not touch it. But yeah, no judgment if you do. The most negative judgment I have on weed is the fact that I'm in Massachusetts, so it's legal here, which is great. I think it should be. But all of my neighbors, or a significant number, actually not all, like only a couple of the people of my neighbors smoke weed, and it smells terrible. It smells so bad. Like, cigarettes don't smell great, But it's like, yeah. But the skunk smell of weed is not a pleasant smell. And there's two different things that happen. And if any of my neighbors watch this, this is not meant to be a call out. I love you dearly. Yeah, some people do. Some people do. It's not my thing. It smells like skunks. I do not like it. It makes me a little bit nauseous. But thankfully, this former had started. But we had this two things happen. I am at the corner of my apartment building. This wall right there is an outside wall, and then there is a bedroom and another outside wall. So I'm on the corner of my apartment building, in the middle of a three-story apartment building. Um, there is a door right there. Like if I go out my you can see my apartment door. If I go out there and hang a right down some stairs, I'm outside the building. And a lot of people, because that's the back of the building, this is the back alley of the building. Parking lots on the other side, that's the street, way, way, way over there. It's a popular area for people to smoke. If you go out there and they smoke a cigarette, the smoke doesn't come inside, it's fine. If they smoke weed, though, in the back alley, my whole apartment smells like weed. The whole apartment smells like weed. Yeah, yeah. Actually, I've heard that. And I don't care for the smell of weed. And I don't like it. My apartment smells like weed. And it's really bad. It's even worse when said same person thinks that they're clever by just having the door open and standing with the open door. Then it's even worse, and it takes like an hour to get my apartment to not smell like skunk anymore. And I don't appreciate that. Granted, when I have spoken to people about this, they're usually very polite and understanding about this. Usually. I always try to speak to people first rather than going to like a landlord or property manager because landlords and property managers tend to overescalate things. Um, anyway, we're not going to get into that rant. But that's the first one. And the second one, and this is my one specific neighbor, and this neighbor is the nicest person I know. They are a delightful human. I like talking to him. He is great. I want to be his friend and to do more things, and like our kids are about the same age. I like this person. Whatever strain of weed he smokes is hella pungent. It is so pungent. And he knows this. Delightful. It's delightful. It's delightful. Delightful man. He knows this. And he's kind about this. He goes out to his car and hotboxes, which is a fancy way to say he smokes it in his car. Because then the smell is contained in his car. And that's great. I can't express how much I appreciate this because it's just incredibly considerate to go out to your car so other people don't have to smell it. To be aware of that, 10 out of 10. You can see why I think that he is such a good human being. And I haven't found a way to tell him this though. The smell is so pungent that after he has been hotboxing in his car for about, 5, 10, 15, however long it is. I don't know how long he's out there. All I know is I know that he comes back because the smell clings to him so thoroughly that when he comes inside, I can smell it in my entire apartment. The short walk from the door to his apartment, which is just right across from us, the smell comes off of him. And for like 5 minutes, my whole apartment and the back hallway that he walked through will smell like it. It diffuses like that outside. So I don't necessarily think he notices. And it does diffuse really quickly. But I can always tell how rough his day has been based on how many times I have this brief like, oh, it smells like skunk in here. And I don't know how to tell him this because there's nothing he can do about it. And he's super considerate. He hotboxes. I like there's nothing more he can do about it. He's the nicest guy. But I don't know how to fix this. So like me and my wife are constantly like, do we need to like put a rubber gasket around our door? Do we need to like see if we can get property management to install like an air freshener out in the hallway or something to like a better, because it's a lack of ventilation. The issue is that that section of the hallway is an enclosed box of no airflow. That's why this happens. Because if there was airflow, it would very quickly dissipate. But because there's no airflow there, it just doesn't dissipate and it lingers for about 5 or so minutes. Which is why it's so bad if someone actually like smokes with the door open. Anyway, but yeah, no, he comes in, it's super, super pungent, and just for 5 minutes. Our current solution is I literally have a can of Lysol on my table in the kitchen, and I'll just walk over and I grab the Lysol and just very quickly Lysol, and then open the door and very quickly Lysol in the hallway. And this is my current solution because do I say this? Because it might get in trouble. Our property management team is a little bit lost in the sauce. I don't want to. I actually have fairly decent property managers on the scale of property managers for landlords go. But like recently, the assistant property manager who was the property manager for a while is no longer the property manager, and we might be changing owners. So they're just like really not on top of anything, and I'm never quite sure who to contact. So it's like, I don't think that they're going to fix it. But at the same time, I would rather have a little bit confused of a property management team who isn't the best at being on top of things than one that is overbearing. Because I like to kind of be left to my own devices.
Coming to a staircase, Stanley walked upstairs to his boss's office.
We're going to hit yes on the mind control machine this time and see what happens, by the way. But yeah. So yeah, nicest guy. Just occasionally makes my whole house smell like pot. Whoa. Can you normally go in here? Hang on. Hang on. What's this? I don't remember this. Can I go up? Hang on. I think someone just knocked on my door. I'll be right back. Doesn't seem so. This is one of the things. I mentioned I have schizophrenia. I don't have a lot of hallucinations, but the most common ones are the sounds of knocking on doors, crying, muttered things. So I often hear knocks on doors, and I have to just check for my own validation that there wasn't someone there. Is alcohol a common social drug in America? Yes, depending on where you are. It is more common in like the South, where, or in places where like weed is legal. I would say it's common, and it's less common amongst younger generations. So, millennials and Gen Z in America are a little bit less likely to have alcohol as a social drug. They're more likely to have something like weed, even in places where it is illegal. But yeah, alcohol is still a common social drug. America is a little bit more. Yeah, alcohol isn't considered a drug in America. It's very normalized. That's a good way to put it. Like, in America, if you called alcohol a drug, people would be like, you're technically right. But it's not really viewed as one. But it's very normalized. They view it as safer than like weed, which isn't true. We have a much, relative to Europe, especially Germany, we have a much harsher view on alcohol, but it is still one of the only acceptable social drugs. Yeah. So like America, for example, we had prohibition in the 1920s where we outlawed alcohol, the sale of alcohol. And even when that was overturned with the 21st Amendment in our Constitution, the drinking age is still 18, and that is very enforced. And because people don't drink alcohol until they're at least 18, and there was such attempts at awareness when kids were young, I think that's part of the reason why you get a lot more of the younger generation that aren't as interested in drinking at it, especially as a social aspect. They're a little bit more aware of how dangerous it is. But it is still common, and it is absolutely very normalized to drink heavily. Like, being a heavy drinker isn't stigmatized nearly as much as even, like, smoking weed is. Like, if you told people, oh, I go to the bar every weekend and get wasted, that's would be viewed in better light than, like, I smoke a weed. I have a joint every Saturday or occasionally to cool off. That's going to be viewed by most Americans more negatively, or this is changing, but more negatively than like getting absolutely wasted at a bar every weekend. But it is much less common than, say, Europe in general. We don't have nearly as much like bar culture. We have a little bit of club culture. But it depends. Like in a small town, it's going to be more common. I'm also not the best person to ask because I grew up in Utah. We have an ad break coming up, so we'll do this really quick. I don't know what you know about Utah. Oh, you're a sub, so we can keep just talking through this, because you shouldn't have an ad to my knowledge if you're a sub. I don't know what you're talking about Utah, or what you know about Utah, but Utah predominantly, Utah was settled by a particular religious group known as the Latter-day Saints, commonly known as Mormons. And basically what happened is you had this group from New England who was very unpopular for a variety of reasons. I get into a lot of history of this because I was raised LDS. But they were moved, they got driven to Utah. They actually left to Utah when it was still part of Mexico to kind of set up their own little area. It's very much, it's basically Puritans 2.0. But from England to America, they went from New York there. And there's a lot of baggage there and history of it. But what matters is that Utah is primarily this one subsect of Christianity that is called LDS, Latter-day Saint, or Mormons. And part of LDS doctrine is called the Words of Wisdom, and it's a requirement to abstain from alcohol, drugs, tobacco, etc. So it is a teetotaler religion. You aren't allowed to drink alcohol in this. And so because of this, the state that I grew up in very much did not have a lot of alcohol culture or a lot of bars. Like, I grew up in a rural small town. We had one bar and it was barely ever busy. Just one bar in the whole town. Most towns don't have a bar or a pub. And alcohol was a lot less common in stores. Liquor stores were very tightly regulated because of this. And Utah also has like what's called, they call it the Zion Curtain. Zion being a biblical reference. But basically what it means is that you aren't legally allowed to serve alcohol in a visible way in a restaurant, is the best way I think to explain this. So if you have a restaurant and there's a bar and a restaurant portion, you had to build a barrier between the two so that people were eating foods, especially kids, are not allowed to see the bar at all. They can't see the alcohol. And so in Utah, alcohol is very, very stigmatized against and very uncommon. Drinking alcohol is outside of the normal for the majority of Utahns in terms of having this kind of like monoculture that's very unique to itself existing in Utah. I don't know what the rough estimate are. It depends on where you live in Utah. But for context, we're talking like is most of the population of Utah still religious? Yay and nay. Yes and no. I think this elevator might not do anything. Apparently, I'm just vibing in it for a little bit longer. A lot of it is more so than elsewhere in America. I'd say it's more religious than the rest of America. I mean, I could probably just Google it. I'm just gonna Google a quick statistic. But it depends on where you live. So as a whole, yes. Yeah. So for context, while it used to be much, much higher, especially like when I was growing up, post 1980s, yeah, basically post 1980s, there's a decline in people that consider themselves religious relatively. 42% of Utah, from the most recent stories I can see, are still LDS. And like, keep in mind, that's not just Christian. That is specifically one specific denomination of Christian. And it was much higher, much higher back in the day. And it really depends on where you are. Because because of that spread. Back when I was growing up, it was much more spread. But like, for context, like most of Christianity, the LDS Church is not the most friendly to LGBT community. I'm putting this lightly because I'm trying to avoid controversial topics. They aren't, like, they don't support gay marriage within the church, stuff like that. And I'm not going to get into that right now. But so you have a state that, in general, is more conservative religious, doesn't support LGBT, and then you have the capital of Utah, Salt Lake City, which is regularly one of the highest demographics of LGBT representation in all of America. Not just like Utah, but all of America. Salt Lake City is a very, very queer, very LGBT area, to a state that is by and large the opposite of that. And like, I mean, I could probably just give for comparison. So the population of Salt Lake City is about 200,000. It's not a big city, but the population of Utah is about 3 million. And Salt Lake City is 200,000 of 3 million, which is a small portion of it. But when you keep in mind that that's just the city itself, the greater area, I would say about a third of Utah is probably concentrated around Salt Lake City itself. And that area is very, again, it's very LGBT friendly for the most part. Very open culture. You're going to find people who drink there. You're going to find a lot more open ideas, more liberal ideas and expression there. The rest of Utah, though, vastly different and more conservative. And so that's why I said only 42% of Utah at the moment is still LDS. Keeping in mind the spread of that, though, and that it used to be much higher. And like, things are kind of changing, but the best example of Utah culture and what makes it so different is, like, growing up, I went to, in high school, I had an LDS church class. So we're talking, my high school classes, one period was math, then I went to English, then I went to science, then I went to seminary. So one entire period, one entire class of my schedule in high school was religious studies, the LDS religion, a Sunday school style church service in class. And this is something that probably like 80% of my high school from the area that I went to had. And this is a public school, not a private school where you would expect it. This is a public school that has a set period where I was able to go to religious classes. And that, I think, really sums up Utah. Even though I think it's changed recently, it is so ingrained within the culture of Utah. More so than any other state, Utah is very religious because of this. I don't know how Germany is relative to that. I just know that in America, Utah very much stands out. Yeah, that's like, it's kind of like you go to a small town and you're not going to be able to go to a place on Sunday because everything's closed on Sundays, kind of thing. I think we waited out long enough in the elevator. What's this? I think it's just, I don't think it means anything. There's patternings on the door. I wonder if I can... Oh, no, it blocks you in. And really, I tend to be more religious, mainly Christian. Yet, yeah, I figured that much. You probably get what I'm talking about. But yeah. And like, for context too, when I talk about Utah, Utah has a population of, but also don't take religion really seriously. Yeah. Utah has a population of about 3 million. I don't know Germany's population. Utah's about the size of Germany, though, like land-wise. Most religious I ever was a faith build in Dark Souls. There you go. Ooh, can I go in this door? No, that's not where I came from. There you go. It's different. This is actually a pretty good quote. So you can't get into the bathroom, apparently. Oh! Third computer input. So, like,
The
and
moment he
full...
entered his manager's office, Stanley froze in his tracks. Not a living soul anywhere. Could he really be all alone? This was too much for Stanley to take. Too much for any man to take. He fell to his knees, bursting into half moans, half sobs, the guttural retching of life from a man denied any hope, any reason to keep going. Here on the floor, he lay prone, paralyzed by fear for nearly a full hour. But when at last he began to move about and survey the situation, he found a keypad behind the boss's desk. What could it mean? Was it a sign of hope for Stanley's future? Alas, it was not. For although this keypad guarded the terrible secret of Stanley's past, it had been assigned a 4-digit code so devious and so random that no man could ever hope to guess it. 2845. Statistically, nearly impossible to guess blindly, ever. Yet incredibly, by simply pushing random buttons on the keypad, Stanley happened to input the correct code by sheer luck. Amazing. He stepped into the newly opened passageway.
So, yeah, and this is like a full disclaimer that I wanted to say just real quick. This is I don't know if it's a full disclaimer. So, like, seriously. This is very much an LGBT inclusive channel. This is a very... I don't make secrets of the fact that I'm very much a leftist liberal. We've talked about this. I try not to talk politics too much on my channel. I very much am. I'm a staunch believer of Kropotkin when it comes to political theory. I really like his work. But at the same time, I think a lot of people figure this out. I still consider myself Christian. I was raised LDS. I still go to church every Sunday, for the most part, even though my personal beliefs very often might be seen as contention with what is commonly believed. I don't know if that makes sense. There's the bubble that I have, and then there's the bubble that is common, and we don't get along. I often say that the only thing, like, as someone who considers himself Christian, the only thing that I hate more in this, the one group of people that I hate the most in this world are other Christians, because I feel like there's such a big difference between me and other things. And I don't know, like, I could get into like long discussions and details of why I still consider myself Christian. I don't necessarily want to, because it could maybe summed up as just I was raised that way. But at the same time, for me, I'm trying to do good in the world and be the person that I wish was there when I was a kid. Because if you have a place that's allowed to exist solely on its own without being challenged and discussed and without critical thinking, it's very dangerous. So if I'm the one person in church who's letting LGBT people know that they're loved and accepted and valid and affirmed, I feel like that's a very important place for me to be. So I'm not going to get into it. That's kind of how I feel about the situation. Because, like, I say full disclaimer because, like, I sit here and I'll talk. I'm often very critical of Christianity because so much harm has been done in the name of religions. Unbelievable harm. And it would be disingenuous not to acknowledge that. And just be like, I'm going to be critical of that and talk about it and bring it up wherever I need to, because we need to address the skeletons in the closet there. But at the same time, I feel like I need to be open about the fact that it's like, I still consider myself part of that group because I feel it's really important that that critique comes from the inside if we're going to change for a better world. I don't know if that makes sense. And I think things slowly are. Like, I remember as a kid talking about, you didn't talk about the bad things that happened. You just pretended they didn't happen in the past. Versus nowadays, particularly in New England where I live now, which is a much more liberal area, the best talk I ever had on anti-racism and how to be and actively be anti-racist and talk about the mistakes and harms that have happened in the past happened in a church with someone from that church openly talking about every single harmful thing that had happened within that church's history and why they were bad and what we need to do to move forward in a positive way. Not just pretend that those things didn't happen, but acknowledge them, challenge them, and make sure that there's a word. It's not reciprocity. Reparations? Make sure that we don't just apologize for the harm that has been done, but actively make sure the damage is repaired, fixed, and the people that were harmed are, that it doesn't happen again. And I think those are really important conversations because it's not going to change overnight, and it needs to happen from the inside to connect people and give hope and meaning in life. But I don't like the church as an institution. I also don't like how it conflicts with science. Absolutely, 100%. And you mentioned the science thing. I want to bring this up too immediately right now. If it is scientifically proven, it's scientifically true. I want to express this. Evolution is real. Space is real. I believe in the Big Bang Theory. All of that. All of that. If we can scientifically measure it, it is real and you cannot argue against it. And if you just go, oh, this ancient book that I read 1,000 years ago said that's not what happened, you are an idiot. Because science and religion cannot be conflicting each other. Because science isn't objective. If you measure that something moved X amount of feet, it moved X amount of feet. You can't argue that. And to go just, oh, that's a personal thing. Like, just, religion can only exist in the bounds of the unknowable, is I guess what I'm trying to say. Because you can't prove God exists, which means scientifically speaking, he doesn't. It's a very, very valid conclusion to make. But at the same time, you can't prove he doesn't exist. And in science, the burden is to prove what is there. And if something has been proved in science, it can change and adapt as we gain more knowledge, obviously. But if your worldview is invalidated by science, it is your worldview that is wrong. If it's invalidated by respectful sense. Does that make sense? So basically, I'm 100% agreeing with you, Flip. I am 100% agreeing with you, is what this basically means. And I think it's important to mention, as like a historian, the church flips. Because things like the theory of evolution came from Charles Darwin, who studied at a Christian university. The thing about like the Big Bang Theory is it was designed originally and supported by the Catholic Church as a way to explain how something came from nothing, as it were. Science and religion don't have to conflict, and it's bad when they do because science is right. So I am very much a science-first kind of Christian, if that makes sense. Am I making sense? I'm 100% agreeing with you. You can't argue science with religion. Science is going to be correct. Religion can maybe give person and meaning beyond that. And that's how it should
Stanley
be.
walked straight ahead through the large door that read Mind Control Facility.
Anyway, that's my thoughts on the matter.
The lights rose on an enormous room packed with television screens. What horrible secret did this place hold? Stanley thought to himself. Did he have the strength to find out?
And this is something too, like I talk about. I'm a history major. History. I've done science. I've done history. Just to point out that science isn't correct. It's just the best guess explanation. Absolutely, I am oversimplifying because, and this is a fundamental flaw with religion. Religion wants to deal in absolutes, and absolutes don't exist. Religion tends to want to deal with absolutes, and absolutes don't exist. In science, it is absolutely what you said, the best guess explanation that we have right now. It is our best understanding of the world in that moment. I'm using correct in the more like, if religion says it absolutely has to be one way and science says, well, actually, to our best knowledge, it's this. Science is the one that is right. It's correct relative to religion in being that it's our best understanding of it. Religion can expound beyond that, but it can't disprove our best understanding, is I guess what I'm saying.
Now the monitors jumped to life, their true nature revealed. Each bore the number of an employee in the building.
Constantly have to have a talk with my mom about the evolution could be part of God's design, and the Big Bang could explain how God created the universe. The Bible is a simplification. She was sometimes like, oh, that makes sense. But then we'll forget and go back to the Big Bang and evolution. I feel that so much. And it's funny. I have a very vivid memory, because both me and my wife were raised LDS. And again, as I mentioned, I still go to church and all that and whatnot. But, me and my wife, I remember, because like we met, my wife was the biotech science nerd of our school. My wife genetically modified plants to grow for her high school science experiment. My wife graduated high school a year early. When it comes to talking about who's the smarter one between me and my wife, let there be no miscommunication that it's her every day of the week. And she loves science. We very much grew up, and one of our first common interests were doing things like the Envirothon, which is working together to talk about environmental sciences and how to prevent global warming and stuff like this. Like, both of us came from a religious background, but loved science and thoroughly were engrossed in that world. I was going to study to be a biotech. We were both going to study to go into biotechnology for a while. I was going to go into pharmacy specifically. So, like, I 100% get science isn't this is 100% the truth. Science is, this is our best understanding of it. But we came from this world, and the funny thing is there's nothing in the particular denomination that I grew up's framework that says science and these things can't exist. Like, yes, the Bible says 7 days, but we know that that's not necessarily true. We do know that there's a lot of poetry and explanation, so that could be many different things. And you're talking about reading a book that is someone's understanding of the world thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago. It's not going to be scientifically accurate. And you can read it and go, this is their best understanding of things at that time. And we now know more. And to one extent, you can view it as this literal definition of how things happen. But on the other hand, you can understand this as people writing down their best understanding of how the world works and how things exist and why. And that it's more of a historical understanding than an absolute fact thing. And when it came to it, we had this discussion and we talked about how, because I thoroughly, as much as I was very religious at the time, even more so than I am now, and I past me had some really bad opinions, I'm going to say that right now. Even then, I never argued evolution because it's an observable thing that we can see happening. And I remember talking with my wife, and we were at Utah has one of the best dinosaur museums of all time. So we're like walking through. I miss that museum so much. This dinosaur museum. We're surrounded by, like, you know, replicas and fossils of creatures of the ancient world. And as we're looking at all of this, and I'm sharing my wild ideas about evolution, she said something to me along the lines of, I was the first person who had talked to her and tried to explain that science is just explaining how things actually happened. Like, the Bible's vibes. People are like, oh, I don't know, we came from somewhere, let's make a guess. And then science is going, this is how we came to be. This is how this happened. And it's not a debatable thing. It might change so we get better understandings and adapt, but it's not something that's arguing. And it was just like one of the first times that my wife had someone who was religious, because we both were at the time. Like, don't get me wrong, we both were LDS at the time. We both are still technically, but it was like that conversation of like, yeah, no, these aren't incompatible. It's just science is the one is the how, and religion is beyond that. Science is how it works, and it's not incorrect. Yeah, people that don't question their own beliefs make me sad. Absolutely. Like, there's even passages in not just like my denomination's Bible, but like Christianity, the Christian Bible in general, and even like the Torah and the Quran and a lot of different religious texts, where it's like, question these things, know and seek and gain knowledge, because that's a positive thing for society, and it's there. But what happens is institutions, because they want to maintain certain hierarchies and power balance, ignore those parts of the Bible to correctly state and enforce their own narrative that allows them to have better control and oppression of marginalized communities. I'm going to get into like leftist theory here if we keep going. Yes. Question everything. The things that you love the most should be the things that you are most critical of, because you understand them. And wanting to understand something and know more about it is never going to be a bad thing. And anything that tells you that knowledge is bad and knowing how things work and getting a better understanding of things is bad is wrong. So if your religion says don't trust science, that's bad. That is a bad aspect of your religion that is causing you harm. And when you have a lot of people who belong to religions that say that, it is bad for society. It is harming society. That's my hot take. So it's part of the reason why I still... And I should clarify, there's a big difference between...
Facility. It was too horrible to believe
doctrine
it couldn't be
versus
true.
practice,
Had Stanley really
because
been
I
under
would say
someone's control all this time?
in
Was this the only
practice,
reason he was happy with his boring job? That his
sorry,
emotions had been
narrator's going.
manipulated to accept it blindly?
Alright. In practice, most people who are LDS do not share this opinion with me, and I want to make that clear. A lot of them don't like it when people question, and they want to cling on to these old systems. And I would say that this is partially the beast that came within the LDS Church itself, and partially just the beast that is evangelical Christianity that the LDS Church has adopted in ways. But it is very much there, and in practice, and in my experience in Utah, was commonplace. It was the more common viewpoint. That being said, the actual books and scriptures and doctrines and policy of the LDS Church, I find tend to be more pro-science than other Christian denominations, and that's part of the reason why that's kind of where I still sit. And it's really complicated. I don't want to get into it, but yeah, that's kind of like why I was allowed to fully flourish and explore science and study science as a kid. The person who taught me biology was LDS. The person who taught me the theory of evolution themselves was also very much LDS and very much grew up that way, because it, as a denomination, tends to be more pro-science, but not always, especially if you're in the state of Idaho. But that's an entirely different tangent. But yeah, like the current leader of the LDS Church is a heart surgeon, or was a heart surgeon. He's retired. Before he got into religious administration, he was a doctor. So when COVID happened, very much was a follow the science on this thing, policy and response. You still had a substantial portion of people within the church who followed broader Christianity's trends, but it was, in my opinion, against the trend set within the church itself, which is actually a little bit more accepting of science than broad Christianity, in my opinion. I don't have a lot of experience outside of it, so I can't really opine on that, and I definitely know that you have a portion that opposes it within it. I very much dealt with it regularly.
Had he truly spent his entire life utterly blind to the world? But here was the proof, the heart of the operation. Controls labeled with emotions, happy or sad or content.
I can't
walking,
go up the stairs.
Eating, working, all of it monitored and commanded from this very place.
4.
And as the cold reality of his past began to sink in, Stanley decided that this machinery would never again exert its terrible power over another human life. For he would dismantle the controls once and for all.
And I guess to kind of sum up my opinions on this in a little bit more succinct way, I think religion can do good and be a cause for good and give people a reason to have hope and joy and these things in their life. And it is that to me. It is what taught me to love people unconditionally, to have that love and community with others, and to make that my driving force in day-to-day life. At the same time, that's what it can be at its best. And I would argue that in society right now, it's usually the opposite of that. It is very harmful. People are not using it as an example of doing good and spreading love, but they're using it as a reason to justify their hatred and bigotry, and to ignore science, and then to ignore the things in the world that need our attention. And so while I think it can be a great tool, I feel that right now it is honestly more of a harm to society in a lot of ways. But I hope that we can change that, and I know that we can change it, and that's part of the reason why I still, as the kids might say, mess with it, why I'm still part of it, because I know the good it can do, I see that good, and I want to normalize that good while fighting all of the bad which it is causing. Because I think that change is going to need to happen from within, if that makes sense. Anyway, we're gonna turn on the mind
And when
control
at
system
last
and
he
figure out
found
what
the
that does.
source of the. Oh, Stanley, you didn't just activate the controls, did you? After they kept you enslaved all these years, you go and you try to take control of the machine for yourself. Is that what you
He does
wanted?
not like me running away.
Control? Oh, Stanley, I applaud your effort, I really do. But you need to understand, there's only so much that machine can do. You were supposed to let it go, turn the controls off, and leave. If you want to throw my story off track, you're going to have to do much better than that.
The middle, yeah.
I'm afraid you don't have nearly the power you think you do. For example, and I believe you'll find this pertinent, Stanley suddenly realized he had just initiated the network's emergency detonation system. In the event that this machine is activated without proper DNA identification, nuclear detonators are set to explode, eliminating the entire complex. How long until detonation then? Let's say, 2 minutes. Now this is making things a little more fun, isn't it, Stanley?
It does not like
It's
me walking
your
around.
time to shine. You are the star. It's your story now. Shape it to your heart's desires. Oh, this is much better than what I had in mind. What a shame we have so little time left to enjoy it. Mere moments until the bomb goes off. But what precious moments each one of them is. More time to talk about you, about me, where we're going, what all this means. I barely know where to start. What's that? You'd like to know where your co-workers are? A moment of solace before you're obliterated? All right, I'm in a good mood. You're gonna die anyway. I'll tell you exactly what happened to them. I erased them. I turned off the machine. I set you free. Of course, that was merely in this instance of the story. Sometimes when I tell it, I simply let you sit there in your office forever, pushing buttons endlessly and then dying alone. Other times, I let the office sink into the ground, swallowing everyone inside, or I let it burn to a crisp. I have to say this, though, this version of events has been rather amusing. Watching you try to make sense of everything and take back the control wrested away from you, it's quite rich. I almost hate to see it go. But I'm sure whatever I come up with on the next go-around will be even better. My goodness, only 34 seconds left. But I'm enjoying this so much. You know what? To hell with it. I'm going to put some extra time on the clock, why not? These are precious additional seconds, Stanley. Time doesn't grow on trees. Oh dear me, what's the matter, Stanley? Is it that you have no idea where you're going or what you're supposed to be doing right now? Or did you just assume when you saw that timer that something in this room was capable of turning it off? I mean, look at you. Running from button to button, screen to screen, clicking on every little thing in this room.
Green.
These numbered buttons. No, these colored ones. Or maybe this big red button. Or this door. Everything, anything, something here will save me. Why would you think that, Stanley? That this video game can be beaten? Won? Solved? Do you have any idea what your purpose in this place is? Stanley, you're in for quite a disappointment. But here's a spoiler for you. That timer isn't a catalyst to keep the action moving along. It's just seconds ticking away to your death. You're only still playing instead of watching a cutscene because I want to watch you for every moment that you're powerless. To see you made humble. This is not a challenge. It's a tragedy. You wanted to control this world, that's fine. But I'm going to destroy it first, so you can't.
Is there a way to stop this?
Take a look at the clock, Stanley. That's 30 seconds you have left to strike.
I don't think there might not be a way to stop
until
this.
a big boom and then nothing. No ending. Just you being blown to pieces. Will you cling desperately to your frail life, or will you let it go peacefully? Another choice. Make it count. Or don't. It's all the same to me. All a part of the joke. And believe me, I will be laughing at every second of your inevitable life from the moment we fade in until the moment I say, happily ever after.
There it goes. I actually don't know if there's a way to, like, deactivate that. It's an interesting ending. I definitely hit all the buttons, but I didn't see anything I feel like I was missing a piece, but I think it might be designed in such a way that you're always missing a piece. It'd be really interesting to know if there is a solution. I'm actually gonna Google real quick. Yep. TLDR, with a quick Google, no, the people have data mined. The buttons don't do anything. I had a feeling that was the case.
All of his co-workers were gone. What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. No matter how hard Stanley looked, he couldn't find a trace of his co-workers.
I'm gonna go for an ending here, if I can pull it off. Oh.
At first, Stanley assumed he'd broken the map until he heard this narration and realized it was part of the game's design all along. He
Love
then
this
praised
game.
the game for its insightful and witty commentary into the nature of video game structure and its examination of structural narrative tropes. So, now that you're here, what do you think? Isn't this a fun and unique place to be? Why don't we take a minute just to drink it all in? Okay, I'm over it now. What do you think? Are you sick of this gag yet? Ah, then in that case, we'll continue. But now, here comes the real question. What do you think would have happened if you had told me that you wanted this to stop? Do you think it would have been particularly different? Would I have taken the same idea but rephrased it superficially to fit that answer? Perhaps you never would even have thought of it if I hadn't brought up the issue in the first place. Oh, now think about it. Will it be worth it for you to restart and then come back here just to do the other option? Clearly, this whole gag takes some time. What if the other option is even longer? How long will you spend in total just to have heard all the narration? Oh, and this is Rich. Perhaps you've just played the other option, and now you've come to see what happens in this one. So, what do you think? Which choice was the better one? Imagine if you had selected continue on your first playthrough, how tantalizing it would be not knowing what happens when you pick the other option. Indeed, you are one of the lucky ones. Though if the other option is really miserable to listen to, then perhaps you're not. In fact, I'm just going to say that no one who's listening to this is lucky. Well now, I've built up the other option so much that I'm going to stop talking and leave you to your decision whether to come back here, continue with the game, or just sit in this spot forever and ever. Cheers.
This might be another one of those endings where you actually have to restart the game. I'm not sure. It's funny, I can actually get caught on it a little bit here. Oh. Maybe. Yeah. The button is slightly, like, actually slightly sticks out, so you can wedge yourself under it with crouch. That is interesting. I'm pretty sure it gives you the same dialogue whether you hit either button. I am curious enough to try, but I don't know if I want to try because I kind of want to do. We're getting kind of late into. Oh, it's already past 2. We're gonna do one more ending because then I have to go do dishes and get ready for bed and all that, as I mentioned earlier. So we're gonna do one more ending. We're gonna do
All of his
the
co-workers were gone.
not listening to
What
him
could it
ending.
mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo.
And that'll be the last ending we do for today. Ooh, blue hallway this time. There are minor differences every time you play the game.
When
too, if you haven't
Stanley came
noticed
to a
that.
set of 2 open, but this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it. Ah, yes, truly a room worth admiring. It had really been worth the detour after all, just to spend a few moments here in this immaculate, beautifully constructed room. Stanley simply stood here, drinking it all in.
Thing is, someone who's worked an office job, I can just imagine
Yes,
the smell of this
really worth
lounge.
it being here in the room. A room so utterly
really
captivating
pungent
that even
cleaner.
though all your co-workers have mysteriously vanished, here you sit
And
looking at these chairs and
someone's
some paintings.
pungent smelling
Really
food.
worth it.
And not like cleaner in the sense
At
of
this
like
point, Stanley's obsession with this room bordered on creepy and reflected poorly on his overall personality. It's possible that this is why everyone left.
anyway, not like pungent cleaner like they've cleaned this room thoroughly and it's like hospital clean. Pungent cleaner like
Stanley
you
sat
sprayed
around
Lysol
waiting
on
for
the
more
floor and
dialogue.
really didn't clean
But
it
when
at
a
all.
long time had passed and there was no more, he decided that the game was trying to send him a message.
Anyway, yeah, it's like they haven't actually cleaned it, but they thought they would.
But at last, he'd had enough of the amazing room and took the first open door on his left to get back to business.
Boop.
Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago.
They have an invisible barrier here. This isn't going to count as the ending if they don't. They don't.
But in his eagerness to prove that he is in control of the story and no one gets to tell him what to do, Stanley leapt from the platform and plunged to his death. Good job, Stanley. Everyone thinks you are very powerful.
I love this game. I love the good snark on the narrator. I think I've said that a lot lately, but yeah. We're actually gonna like not listen and yeah. Trying to remember, there's one particular playthrough that I really enjoy, but I'm trying to remember how to get to it. I think it'd be a good one to end on. Ooh, got like a narration bar.
All of his co-workers were gone.
There you go.
What could it mean? Stanley decided to go to the meeting room. Perhaps he had simply missed a memo. When Stanley came to a set of 2 open, this was not the correct way to the meeting room, and Stanley knew it perfectly well. Perhaps he wanted to stop by the employee lounge first, just to admire it.
Just to admire it, indeed. Ah, beautiful
Wow.
employee lounge.
Yes,
Thank you.
this room. But eager to get back to business, Stanley took the first open door on his left. Stanley was so bad at following directions, it's incredible he wasn't fired years ago. Look, Stanley, I think perhaps we've gotten off on the wrong foot here. I'm not your enemy, really, I'm not. I realize that investing your trust in someone else can be difficult, but the fact is that the story has been about nothing but you all this time.
Let's see if I can get
There's
this right.
someone you've been neglecting, Stanley. Someone you've forgotten about.
What? Really?
I was in the middle of something. Do you have zero consideration for others? Are you that convinced that I want something bad to happen to you? Why, I don't know how to convince you of this, but I really do want to help you, to show you something beautiful. Look, let me prove it. Let me prove that I'm on your side. Give me a chance.
We'll give him a chance.
Now listen carefully, this is important. Stanley walked through the red door.
No, I'm gonna do blue.
Aha, perhaps you misunderstood. Stanley walked through the red door. I still don't think we're communicating properly. Stanley walked... All right, fine, go ahead, Stanley. You want to know so badly what's out there? You want to find out what lies at the end of this road you've chosen? Well, don't let me stop you. You see? There's nothing here. I haven't even finished building this section of the map because you were never supposed to be here in the first place. Broken rooms, exposed developer textures. Is this what you had wanted? Was it worth ruining the entire story I had written out specifically for you? Do you not think I put a lot of time into that? Because I did. And in the end, it was all for nothing. Because this is what you wanted to see. Help me here, Stanley. Help elucidate these strange and unknowable desires of yours. What would have made this game better? What did you want to see? Vehicles? Skill trees? Work with me. You've given me absolutely nothing so far. Tell you what. Let me take a stab in the dark at a new design and you can give me some feedback. There we go. A third option. This already feels leaps ahead of where we were before. Go ahead, Stanley. Take it for a spin. Okay, I'm going to stop you there. Now, tell me about your experience with this new version. Would you say that the game benefited from allowing you more choices? Feel free to be honest. I'm looking for some real critical feedback here. Oh, well, now this is useful. You didn't like it, but you didn't totally hate it either. You enjoyed it, perhaps is the correct term. It didn't cause you excruciating pain. Big steps we've made here today, Stanley. Here, based on the data from your previous playthrough, I've compiled a new version. And to be perfectly candid, I think I've knocked it out of the park with this
Love it
one.
so much.
Let's take a look.
Yeah. Stuff that's slowly getting more broken and unhinged. Only the worst 3% of players choose the blue door. This game so much. We're gonna take the orange door now, though.
Now, would you say that competitive leaderboard helped you feel motivated to keep walking through doors? Again, honest answers, please. Hey, I nearly forgot. I've got a prototype of a new game I've been working on, and now would be a lovely opportunity to give it some playtesting. You wouldn't mind taking a look at it, would you? Perfect. Let me boot it up.
Is this the one? There is on Steam the Stanley Parable demo, and it is a very small version of this, but it's not like just a portion of this game. It's a game in its
the
own
baby
right,
crawls
and it's
left
also delightful.
towards danger. You click the button to move him back to the right, and if he reaches the fire, you fail. It's a very meaningful
What I
game,
need to do.
all about the desperation and tedium of endlessly confronting the demands of family life. I think the art world will really take notice. But of course, the message of the game only becomes clear once you've been playing it for about 4 hours. So why don't you give it 4 hours of play to make sure it's effective? Be sure to keep notes on your experience.
I know people for a fact have played this game for 4 hours.
You heartless bastard. Did you do it because you hate babies or purely to spite me? Because if it's the latter, well, I don't know what to do. I'm completely out of ideas. I can't think of a single thing that might improve the experience for you. I'm not even going to try. I'm out. I'm done. It's over. Thank you for playing. Your input was extremely valuable.
You
Oh,
heart
hey, since
just
my
out of the
game was so
blue.
awful, why don't we play someone else's game? just to ease the pain.
Oh.
Let's see. What do we have here? Yes, this seems like it'll work. Let's give it a shot.
Just, just immediate scathing remark from the narrator the moment you don't save the baby. Anyway, it's been a while since I've looked into this, but if I remember correctly, if you do save the baby for like 4 hours, after about 2 hours he adds a puppy.
Well, Stanley, is this any better? At last, the
But
one
there's no
thing you've
reward for
always
doing it.
desired. A game I had absolutely nothing to do
Anyway,
with.
welcome to
But
Minecraft.
is it enough? Tell me that, Stanley. Will it ever be enough? Well, I'll say this. I'm done making things for you. From now on, I will only create to fulfill a greater artistic purpose. Watch this, Stanley. I'm going to build a house. This will go here. No, here. And then... Let's see, what does it need? Yes, of course. And just to finish it all off, yes, it's complete. I made this, Stanley. Look at it. Gaze upon my work of art and feel ashamed at your own inadequacy. Ah, but you've only seen it from the outside. You've only gotten half the experience. Please, step inside and make yourself comfortable. Isn't it grand? Isn't it perfect? It could only be better if... Wait, that's it. We must rebuild it out of diamond. Diamond everything. Yes. Come along, Stanley. We have to go mining.
I love this game so much.
Oh my, it looks like it's going to get a bit dark. Have you brought a light? Oh, no. This is far more open-ended than I had in mind. I'm looking for something more narrow and linear. Something that makes you feel utterly irrelevant. This won't do at all. 1 out of 5. Even the diamonds couldn't save this one. Okay, new game.
It's like a spider noise there in the background I hadn't caught before. Problem is, I don't want to stop playing this game because I really enjoy it. But this is going to have to be the last ending we do tonight, unfortunately. But that's okay. We'll be playing Stanley Parable Ultra Deluxe Thursday. This is kind of mostly just meant to be a low energy, shake the cobwebs off, get streaming again stream. I've already played this a lot. If it's something that people really want, like more Stanley Parable, I'll probably do more Stanley Parable. But oh, thank you for the hydrate, Moth.
Yes! I don't even know what this game is, but I love it. You, trapped in a glass box with no way out, listening to me talk. Oh, it's inspired. I couldn't have done it any better myself. Oh, what is this game even supposed to be? I can't figure it out. Okay, now I'm curious. Let's go find out what the hell this is.
Anyway. There's one thing in it. Anyway, thank you for the hydrate there, Moth. Sorry, I got completely distracted. This is Portals, yes. We'll actually got a random thing to add to it. Yeah, this is meant to be, this is Portals. Obviously, the last one was Minecraft. But no, if people want more Stanley Parable in the future, I wouldn't be opposed to it. I am going to be playing Ultra Deluxe, which is going to be a new experience for me. This isn't something that I'm going to probably stream again unless people, like, really want more of it. But I've enjoyed it. It's been a fun little stream to shake the cobwebs off.
It's a puzzle. Critical thinking, Stanley. Your forte.
Yeah. This is meant to be Portal. The original Stanley Parable, as in like the original concept for Stanley Parable.
I think that's plenty. I really don't care much to see you stumble through any more of these games, and I highly doubt you're any wiser for the experience. Which is why, rather than continue to waste my time, I'm just going to leave you here. You can pretend you've beaten the game if it makes it any richer for you, but as for me, I've had enough. So, why don't you get cozy in this room, and if you have any grand revolutionary ideas for the perfect video...
I didn't know that was going to continue. Anyway, and now we're off the map. Yeah, that was Portals. I don't know. Yeah, this is like the free little random fact here. Stanley Parable the game is a game that is based off of a mod for Gary's mod, I believe, when that first came out. Which is itself a mod from, like, I think the Half-Life franchise, and Half-Life Portal's all the same Valve engine, very similar games. So Stanley Parable, while not made by Valve Studio, in like the broader sense of Portal or Half-Life, has a lot of assets from it and similarities in design because it was kind of it came from the same place, if that makes sense. So it's a game based off a mod based off of a mod, basically. Or not really based off. It's based off of a mod that was for Gary's mod. Little mod pack. Oh, we're gonna fall again. I didn't realize that was an edge. And now we're in like a horror game. Not really, but this does give horror game vibes. Like we're gonna throw in a cheap jump square of a zombie crab. Are you really gonna make me have one more ad break? I don't want to have another ad break. Can I snooze it? No, break it. Anyway. It's all in-source engine. Yeah, I think it's the same engine and everything. It's just... But it's all based off of each other. I believe there's a way through to somewhere. Oh yeah, this is 2 doors. So you can kind of pick the door on the left. And then it kind of loops around, and then you have what that would be the... This is the same layout, so that's like where that story would be. And then here is kind of like where I think you'd have like the maintenance escape. I don't know. They're very similar maps. They're meant to be similar maps. Like if you're going through, like that would be the door on the left. And then you go straight, and like this would have been the area where the lift is that we jumped off. It's all kind of got like, similar vibes. Does that mean like the broom closet? Oh, I can't get to the area where the broom closet would have been. Can I like get back to the beginning? Yep. Employee 427. Made a thump when I hit that. This might be another one of those ends that I have to manually end. Oh, there it goes.
I wonder what he found. If what he wanted was to be the leading man in his own story, well, perhaps he's gotten it, down in wherever he is right now. I wonder if he's happy with his choice, and if he's learned the heavy cost that comes with it. He'll understand soon what I was trying to tell him. He needs me. Someone who will wrap everything up at the end, to make sense out of the chaos and the fear and the confusion. That's who I am. That is what I mean to this world. Oh, yes. Yes, I'll be back. There's no other way. Once this ends, after it all comes to a close, then I'll be back. The end will be here soon. Very soon. I can wait.
There we go. Well, we're going to wrap up here because that is the actual ending of this. Um, go ahead and close Stanley Parable. Yep, we're going to end here. I'm going to take a quick little look. It looks like I have 3 viewers at the moment, which is probably Flop, Moth, and probably me. Maybe me. Sometimes it counts me as a viewer, sometimes it doesn't. Because I have it up so I can monitor chat and commands and stuff like that if I need to. But I'm going to see. Oof, I have all of the. I have 2,000 unread emails. That's fun. I just snoozed ads because we're wrapping up. But I don't want this open now. Okay, none of that. I really enjoyed talking with you and Moth. I'm not sure if I'll watch the stream often because of time zones, but I really enjoyed today. So thanks for streaming. Absolutely. I really appreciate you being here. And if you can catch streams, great. I love having you here. If you can't, also fine. I totally understand. It's fun to have you. If you want, I don't know if you are part of the Discord. If you want to keep a better eye on like when I'm going to be streaming and yeah, when I'm going to be streaming stuff like that, chat with people outside of it, you're more than welcome to come to the join me in the Discord. I just sent the Discord command to get the link. Don't feel pressured to. Just that's where I am outside of this. It's where I make all my stream announcements and everything like that. So if you want, just so you know it's there. Is currently still a work in progress. I've done a lot of work on it today, but I still got to figure out auto rolls and stuff like that. And yeah, that's kind of what I'm putting a lot of focus in for the time being, but and getting that up and going nicely. But yeah, there's the Discord if you ever. Yeah, I'm trying to make it clear that you're welcome to, but I don't care if you do or not. It's just where you can find out when I'm streaming and chat with me outside of streams. In the meantime, I'm debating about doing a raid. Do I have any anyone on that would be worth raiding? People with a lot more channels than me. Is there anyone that you would like to watch that you would like me to raid? As long as they don't have too much of a difference in viewers. I don't have a lot of viewers right now. Yeah. I'm a little bit out of the loop from streaming, to be entirely honest. So I don't think we're going to worry about the raid today. Yeah, we're not going to worry about a raid. We're not going to worry about a raid today, just because I don't have anyone offhand, and I'm a little bit out. I'm trying to re-ingrain myself with some of the other streamers that I used to hang out with back in the day, but I don't immediately have them. So in the meantime, I just want to thank everyone for joining me today. I will next be streaming Wednesday. It's going to probably be around the same time, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. That's probably when all my streams are going to roughly be, except Fridays will probably be earlier, depending on what I'm doing. But I will hopefully be posting an actual schedule. Wednesdays are going to be cozy day streams. I've been debating about which cozy game to stream. I am currently leaning towards doing Graveyard Keeper. Because I haven't streamed that one in a while. And I do enjoy that game. But we will see when it comes to it. If you have any suggestions, feel free to DM me on Discord. If I have the game, it's an option. But yeah, that's all for now. I just want to thank all of you for joining me. I hope that you have a wonderful rest of the day. or night, whatever it is for you. If you're going to bed, I hope you can get the rest. If you're going to be other things to do, I hope they go well. Anyway, thank you all for joining me again for the 30th time I've said it. And I love all of you, and goodbye.